Hello, everybody. Welcome to uh, part two, I think we're calling it, of the Advent of Calamity, the fire sessions. I think in the Discord I'd call it the True Flame. How is everybody doing today? Good, pretty
Pretty good.
excited.
Coughing less.
Yeah. I have infinite characters in my head, and this one will probably be the right one when we start playing.
Yeah, significantly less amount of sick people.
It'll.
So, quick recap for anybody who missed the first part. The party who had kind of worked with each other before, or individual members at least had worked with other individual members, but I think this is the first time, if I remember correctly, that everybody here is working as a group. But you all had received a missive that you were wanted for a mission and to go to the Ashway Mithril Music Tavern in Torlis at the westernmost edge of Imris to meet with a representative of the Ashen League about a particular job. Some of you had heard of the troubles brewing in the area with the Ashbringer volcano, the largest one by far in Imris, which had been rumbling and spewing forth massive amounts of ash, even more than it occasionally does on a semi-regular basis. Upon meeting them, this representative, who is a little bit, how do I phrase this delicately? Not the kindest person, informed you that they wanted to hire you all to go to the volcano and check it out. But primarily, or not primarily, one of the big reasons they wanted you to do this was because all of the clerics at the shrine to Mira, which is at the top of the volcano, had been out of contact with the local temple in Torlis and they were missing. There were about 5 of them, and the temple was also going to pay you for recovering their either rescuing them or recovering their bodies, as the case may be. You guys, of course, accepted and spent some time getting some equipment and going to the Temple of Mira to talk to the head priest there, where you discovered some more information. You learned this rumor or myth about supposedly this ancient fire dragon that sleeps within the bowels of the mountain. That the head priest only knew of in passing, just in name. Basically, what I just said there. Felipe and Anya, however, went to the library, went to the Temple of Alamein, the God of Knowledge, do some more research, and you found out a little bit more about it. This sort of primordial figure named Falathir, the True Flame. You also received some potions of fire resistance from the temple, and you gathered some climbing gear to make the ascent, and learned of the route in which the acolytes take to deliver supplies on a bi-weekly or monthly basis, as the case may be. You set out. It took you a couple days to get there, about a little over 1 day to get to the base of the volcano, and then over a full day to make the ascent. At which point you were pretty quickly able to locate this shrine and did find it abandoned. It looked like one of the windows had been crashed in, and there were signs of somewhat of a scuffle, but not a true fight. It looked like the clerics went down without that much of a fight. You were able to find some tracks leading down into the actual volcano itself. And as you were considering going in, the sharp-eyed among you noticed a figure kind of watching the party from a distance behind some boulders. At which point, our Druid Dell'ansira dove at them as a giant vulture, while Felipe and Adoren dimension doored behind them, and a fight broke out. It wasn't too difficult for you guys, all said. The figure alone didn't pose that big of a threat to the 5 of you, although they did summon through a gem 10 of fire snakes, which proved a little bit annoying to deal with, if nothing else. You were able to knock this figure out, so they are subdued, and you elected to take a rest within the shrine, and that's where we're going to pick up right now. You guys have finished your long rest, and after about this hour is when the figure, you presume some sort of cultist of Saliel, begins to stir. You have their hands bound. Was that it?
No. Definitely Anya made like a locking thing to lock their fingers into place, not just having their hands bound.
Yeah, so they're basically Chinese they're called.
Yeah, 5 Chinese finger traps, exactly as they're made. Like, it's just paper and glue and air pressure.
Like, as they start to rouse this figure, I'm just gonna assume they're behind their back. They like start to pull and find their fingers are unable to be moved apart or really articulated at all. And they stir and look up at all of you, feeling the massive headache from their wounds. They cough, but are just waiting for you to do whatever it is that you're going to do.
They have 1 hit point, right, mechanically?
Yes, they have 1 hit point mechanically.
I'll feed them a healing potion.
Okay. I think they try to resist you at first.
A waste of a healing potion.
But eventually you are able to. Once they realize what it is, they drink it greedily. Their minor amounts of their wounds healing up. They now have 8 HP.
That's fine. That's enough that Dell can slap them 8 times.
Dell could slap them infinite times. That wouldn't do hardly anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I don't think
it's a healing slap. I forgot.
Yeah.
There. I will remind everybody. Dell has 3 strength. Not a +3. 3 total.
When Anya realizes that they have drunk the healing potion, she like steps back and says, "What is happening in the volcano?"
They're gonna look at all of you. I'm gonna make a roll. Determine like how.
Dell is standing there smiling rather politely. Actually, he's probably, since this guy is probably laid down, he's just like sitting down, his legs folded.
Dell's entire presence is like an advantage on this roll, which is cancelled out by Rudy. It's fine.
How long have I been out?
Approximately an hour? Yes.
Hold on. They don't get to ask us the questions.
Well, in a traditional interrogation, they don't get a healing potion either. I just thought we were doing this the very nice way.
Anya just looks at Dell.
Rudy sighs as his party members, their party members, start to have this argument in front of
your captive.
And they go, could you just tell us what you were doing spying on us? Please and thank you.
I suppose there's no harm in this. I was told to watch for anybody coming up, investigating the shrine.
Did you have anything to do with the acolytes being bound and taken away from this place?
Take a guess.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. That is my guess.
I'll hold up the silvered short sword with the emblazoned symbol of Saliel on it, and I'll look at them and I'll be like, "So what's Saliel's business here? You recruiting? I don't think the acolytes are interested in switching sides, so to speak."
I don't know that much, to be honest. There's a very powerful member of my order. They have business.
What sort of business is that now?
The kind that we do.
What
business
he-
is
he-
that?
He means generally torture and death and despair, I imagine.
Chaos ranking among those as well.
True, true. How could I forget the chaos?
I'll like sidle up to Dell and sort of just like mean mug to the side of you, like leaning on my spear. Probably standing, I come up to your head sitting. So I'm just like standing next to you.
They're going to take a look at all of you. I It's pretty charismatic. If I tell you what I know, let me go. Or what is in it for?
I don't quite think you're in a position to be bargaining.
Yeah, I could stab you with this pike again. I have no issue with that.
We can be kind here. We do have the upper hand. Though I think letting you purely go at this juncture when there are unknown cultists about is probably not the way we will be generous yet. And he's going to very dramatically lean over to the others. Perhaps in exchange for his courtesy, when we do turn him in, we let them know how kind and helpful he has been, yes?
I think that seems pretty fair.
I am happy if he is helpful to help him along his way. I don't have deception, just so everyone knows, and I do mean I would shoot him in the face. Because he is a servant of an evil god, and I am very, not about that.
Well then, I suppose I don't have much reason to tell you much of anything.
Dell just lays a calming hand over almost like he's gonna lay it over Anya's, but he doesn't quite touch. He's just kind of hovering. It is more than just Anya making the decisions here. Certainly we can talk for you. But I am an honest man, and if I am going to tell the guardsmen, whichever guardsmen I deliver you to, that you were helpful, I must actually have that help first. And he looks over at Adoren and Felipe and Rudy.
Make a persuasion check. Okay. He says, and you'll I should point out, so this is they look very feminine despite the deep voice. It's actually slightly off-putting to you, because it's very incongruous the way they look.
It's not off-putting to Dell'ansira, who also looks very, very...
That's true. They say, and you'll keep that one from doing whatever that is they did earlier to me.
I think Dell is still looking at the others, gauging where everybody lies on the be generous versus shoot him in the face spectrum.
Rudy is all for compassion and kindness in this case.
Look, we're not in the business of executing unarmed prisoners. The question is, are your friends? let's say, hypothetically, we'll take a walk down to the volcano with you in the lead in front of us. They're going to take a shot at you to get to us. I guess what I'm asking is how much do you trust the people you came here with to value your life?
Not at all.
Yeah, well, some honesty. I appreciate that very much.
If you know anything
So-
about Saliel, you would know that my capture marks me in the week. And I have done whatever. I have failed to do the job I was tasked with.
Oh, well,
I
I
mean-
wouldn't quite say that. You watched us real good.
But I was not able to stop you.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. You got beat by a big bird. Doesn't really look so good on the cult resume.
The 4 on the
They
good scale?
chuckle a little bit at that. You're probably
Look,
too late anyways.
I personally am of the belief that we let you go, you'll probably fall down a rock into a pool of lava before you get anywhere safe in the condition you're in, so it doesn't really make a difference to me. I, however, before we do that, would like some information about what we can expect when we go down there. How many of your pals are waiting for us, how strong they are, especially in comparison to you, and what their goal is there. And more than it's not my business to know. I don't really give a shit about corporate compartmentalization right now.
I only know that there's some sort of temple down there. Prison. Some great, terrifying creature. Burn through the lands. They hope to awaken it. There's 2 demons, which, sorry, not 2. There's 4 demons which are pushovers, really, just servants. Any of you could kill all of them by yourselves. You want to watch out for them. 2 of them are undead, or strange elsewise. Glowing purple eyes. The leader, a death priest, head, one of the orders. Would not say how much more powerful or less that they are than any of you. But all 3 of these are far beyond myself.
2 more questions that I hope are not related to each other. I don't believe you ever told us what they were doing with the acolytes.
I'll be honest, I don't really know. I assume they were part of the whatever rituals were being done. Sacrifice, probably. It's kind
Follow
of
up.
our thing.
Follow-up question. I was wondering if I could get a name for any of your human companion, compatriot, demon lover people.
I don't know the names of the purple-eyed figures. As I said, I think they are some sort of undead. The leader I only knew as Exarch, but that seemed just a title. I was picked out for this. Acted as a guide, then was told guard the entrance.
Andrew, while everybody's questioning the person, can I roll an insight check to see how I feel about? Is this a person that is working for people that worship Saliel, or do I feel like they have a deep connection to Saliel?
Make an insight check, yeah.
Also 23. We're only going to roll 23s today.
From any time that you've encountered cultists of Saliel, there tend to be 2 types: opportunists and then true believers. This seems like more like an opportunist. Somehow they fell in with the cult, but they don't regret it either. It's just like, you know, convenient. They make money. They have some power out of it, but they're not like, this person doesn't seem very hardcore to you. If they were, they probably just would have said, "Kill me. I'm not going to tell you anything."
I will let the others continue that questioning.
On that tip, can I make an insight check on those numbers that she gave us? Whether it seems like she's holding back or exaggerating.
Yeah. You definitely make an insight check to see if they're lying. They don't seem to be lying. Like, they seem to be upfront. Which to you is like a pretty small party, especially if they're watching over 5 people to be tasked with this. But that also makes you think that because this person was easy for any of you to take out, but to the average adventurer, they would have been a pretty significant, a decent challenge, them and these fire snakes. They could have easily like wiped out any number of just like average soldiers. So it leads you to believe that these 3 people are probably pretty powerful, perhaps more powerful than any of you individually. So the 5 of you together do make a very strong party.
I know we collected the sword from him her last time, but did we did we search them thoroughly?
Yeah, we made sure they didn't
You
have.
gave them a pretty thorough search. I think I told you everything. They had the sword and a couple potions. I believe what I had said, which I think you took.
Yeah.
That fantastic little gem contingency that you had. Are any of those common amongst your cohort? Any similar types?
The Exarch gave it to me. I don't know all that they have on their person.
I have a commune with nature that I can get off as a ritual. May I step outside while this conversation or the rest of this interrogation happens and like set that up? I'm assuming that we will be good for a 10-minute period.
Yeah, you can do that if the others are willing to wait the 11 minutes that it will take.
We are in Liamin's tiny hut now, by the way. I forgot if we...
That's correct, yes. You are in... I totally forgot about that. You are in the shrine in Liamin's tiny hut, so if you leave that, then you will not be able to re-enter, is my memory of that spell.
I think I can permit whoever to come in and out.
Yeah, it's only if the caster leaves it, I think.
No, that's right. It's if the caster leaves it, or if they weren't in there when it was cast.
Yeah.
That's why. I was thinking of the Talosinon situation where Alvaron was outside when it was cast, and then you had to drop it and then cast it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will leave it to the group if y'all think it is worth it or not.
Anya is on board with you taking as much time as you need.
Okay.
Yeah.
As am I. Yes.
Are there any more questions for our friend here?
Have you ever considered converting to the Church of Cordal?
Anya smiles and, like, as you say that, crouches down in front of the man and says, "It is likely, I'm sure you will agree, that no matter what happens, whether we let you go or we turn you over to the authorities, Saliel will find and deal with your failure in some way. You look like a person who is capable, and perhaps if you were to decide to come to the god of the Forge, Cordal, I could aid you and protect you somewhat by dedicating your service." It offers not just protection from Saliel, but from me.
They're thinking for a moment, perhaps doing some head calculations on what this is going to mean. Not much of a believer, to be honest.
A person of your skill is useful to the organization of Cardal. You travel around, you may be one day a person that saves acolytes instead of not being important enough to Saliel to even be one that is charged with them.
Do you truly need to believe? Do you believe then in what's going on down there? Is that your condition?
I am granted powers for service. I do not think that is the way Cordal works.
Sure it is. Service comes in many different forms. I dedicate you to the service of Cardal. You may not be as staunch a believer as, say, a high cleric, but you may be as staunch a believer as, say, a paladin of Cordal, or one of Cordal who works the forge.
I'll allow you to make a religion or a persuasion check. If you make a religion check, you could do it with the charisma, as opposed to.
Could I lend the help action to give advantage?
Sure.
I'm going to make it with persuasion, although they are the same roll.
Okay.
No matter, there's no version of this roll, no matter which stats I'm using, that they're not the same.
Okay. Got it. I wasn't sure if maybe you didn't have one.
Oh.
19's pretty good. Okay, 25 total. Suppose I have nothing else to lose. Fine.
She turns her palm over, and the symbol of Cordal that's normally black and sooty is emblazoned with like embers as if from a forge. And she says, this is going to take an hour. So, but she offers her palm, and as soon as the person touches palms to her, she'll start casting ceremony to do dedication. I'll click it.
Okay. And then, so while that's going on, because with nature would
There's
go off as well.
Also, no rolls with it or anything. So
Yeah, it just. Okay. As you touch them, there is a sizzling sound, and like they wince in pain. And then afterwards, after that, like immediate first contact, you can see there was a subtle glow about their eyes, which had like faded significantly, but was still there a little bit. That is completely vanished. That goes away, and certain like paler elements about them also start to fade, and they take a slightly ruddier appearance, a slightly healthier looking skin. It is a slow process. Like this happens over time, over the hour that you spend dedicating them now to the service of Cordal. While that's happening, for your commune, so you get the knowledge of the 3 miles. What were the 3 facts that you wanted?
I think I predominantly to go off some of the information that we were given. So especially regarding the undead or our new undead friends, and any other people who might be in the area.
Okay. You do detect the presence of fiends, but they don't seem to be that powerful to you. There is except for one of them. You interestingly don't detect any undead with this. What that means, you're not exactly sure. Maybe they were just wrong. They didn't seem to be lying, or at least neither Anya or Felipe, with their insightfulness, didn't detect a hint of a lie. But that just might mean that they don't know, or they were making an assumption that was incorrect. You do kind of get a feel for the volcano itself. the 3 mile radius, straight down takes you through. You can kind of feel the contours of the mountain as you're doing this, and you do detect near to where the lake of magma is. You do detect a building, and you think it would be very, very hard to find normally unless you already knew how to get there, or you did something like this, something where you communed to try to find it. It's not like a huge building, but it is sizable. It's big, much bigger than the shrine, at least. Several room kind of thing.
Excellent.
You can tell also that it is incredibly hot down there. If you were to be in that temple for a prolonged period of time, you would be actively taking fire damage, and for you it wouldn't be that bad because you could, if you were raging, it would be fine.
You're very, very.
Because if you have some resistance to flame, it doesn't bother you. But if you don't have any, you would be taking minor amounts of fire damage while you were just from being down in so hot.
Okay. Cool beans. Once I'm able to interact with the group again, I will do my best to relay that information out of earshot.
You tell this to the rest of the group. And after the end of this second hour, Anya, you have imparted on them. It's not quite the permanent mark that's on your hands that you can use in flares, but they do have a mark where you've touched them that will start to fade over time, of this symbol of Cordal, which they try to look at, but I think it's, where did you touch them? Like on their forehead?
No, palm to palm.
Palm to palm. Okay,
Like,
they're like looking at their palm for a long while. Although I think their hands are kind of bring them up.
When the ceremony's finished, I will give them a potion of superior healing because they are still very injured. And say, there, now you are in service to Cordal. You should probably go to a temple, but anything you do, your path will be what Cordal now means for you. I'm not going to force you to go and become a cleric. It's not really a fun job.
Oh, I'll go to Torless for now. Maybe if you come back, I'll find you.
Anya nods. Says, what's your name?
They call me Ilya.
Well, that's poetic, isn't it? Anya and Ilya.
Anya looks at Dell for a second. I suppose it is. I would not touch that sword. I would leave that sword somewhere, or one of us will take it and.
I wouldn't want to
probably
be traveling around with it.
Anya nods, and then like very, very spryly, like just pops to full standing, and it's like, "Well, I'm ready. I'm sorry for the delay."
Dell is going to shake his head and look at the improved nature of Ilya. And it's been years that he has worked alongside Anya since she was much younger. You know, this Cordal thing begins to look appealing, and he just holds up his arm. Perhaps it could help me with.
Do not hurt yourself.
This is what I am saying. Yes, perhaps pledging myself to Cordal would finally be the answer to my. And he just walks out that way.
Cordal takes. Anya walks with you and says, "Cordal takes all those who wish to serve, but I think perhaps not you."
Look, we're a few more dedication ceremonies from being the Blues Brothers, so I think we should give it a rest for today. But hey, Ilya, good fight. Didn't get to see you use that sword, but I hope that you take from this that weakness doesn't mean you don't deserve a life.
It is true, you know. Also, I am sorry about the great big bird thing. I won't share that story. At least if I do, it won't be with your name attached. So.
Oh, I'm going to tell that to every single person I ever meet. But
Absolutely, you should tell that. It is the
Yeah.
story that led to the joining of Cardal of a honorable person, hopefully. Who
They
knows?
shake
You
their
may get
heads.
smoked.
Well,
But Anya is like,
good
I'm
luck
fine with
down
this.
there. Cordal be with you, I guess. You've probably only got a few hours. The priest said that they shouldn't take more than 5 days, and this is the 4th. I wouldn't tarry if you plan on stopping them.
I was
Then better
afraid
get
you'd
on
say
our
that.
way.
Yes, I think that means no more conversions for the next couple hours.
Oh boy.
You, I imagine, will know if you have failed to get there in time.
So will you. So I advise you start running. We'll do our best, though.
Yeah,
Adventurers.
and they look down at the side of the mountain and are like, okay, well, good climbing.
Oh,
Well,
we
they
should
have-
probably cut your bonds, right? I don't think they're gonna.
Anya literally just
assume
drags
that
her
happens.
finger across it, and they all just detach with this one finger swipe. It's very offensive.
A bunch of clicks. Can I keep
Oh.
these?
Yes, sure, that's fine.
Stuff them. They will down that superior healing potion, which that's the 8d8 one, right?
Yeah, I rolled it. It was 27 actually.
Oh, okay, cool. They have lost HP because some of their abilities no longer. But push them back pretty close to full.
I will cheers with them, and I'm gonna down one of my own potions of healing, just so I could get back to full. Oh my god. Well, that's enough, actually.
Adoren is going to, after exclaiming, he's just gonna put a hand on the lady's shoulder and was just like, and I apologize for stabbing you twice, and also threatening to stab you again. I think I'll be with you, I guess.
That's okay. I threw a bunch of snakes at you.
True.
I feel like
Yeah, sorry about your snakes. I hope that you weren't too attached to them. Okay.
But they begin to descend while on the one side, while you all begin to descend on the other side, taking down this dusty path. As you start to take this path, it's warm up here because you're near the edge while you're in the shrine and everything. Once you pass that edge and you're actually in the bowl that makes up this volcano, it is sweating pretty much immediately. It's not so hot that you're taking damage right away, but it is very, very hot in here.
When do you guys want to take those fire potions?
They last for an hour, so.
Oh, okay.
How far down did you sense that building, Rudy?
What was the distance on that?
It's probably about a mile and a half or so. So, if you're walking quickly, you can probably get to it in a half hour, but you don't know how long it's going to take you to explore it. You might want to wait till you get there.
Yeah, I was gonna follow up question. Would I have been able to tell at what point it is going to get too hot for us to take damage, or is that asking too much?
Probably make a nature check, actually. Like that.
Okay.
15. Maybe about halfway down is probably where you're getting to the edge of the safe point, you think?
Hell yeah. Okay. I will relay that. So we're looking about a mile and a half to this to our point of interest. And about halfway there, we should probably look at taking our fire resistance potions. And that is my recommendation based on the information I have at this time.
Anya smiles, very fondly. And while it is hot and sweaty, this reminds her of a forge that she grew up in, so is quite comfortable. But is watching particularly Dell to see like how Dell deals with this.
Dell is from the desert and has terrific constitution in spite of his aberrant strength. So he just kind of like adjusts his cloaks and robes so that they are the maximum of like air, and looks at the others. Well, even if this thing should explode on us, it looks like we have at least saved one. Off we go.
Hell yeah.
He turns to Adoren as they're headed down. I don't suppose your conversion was so dramatic.
I wouldn't say so. It's more of a private conversion, I guess you could say.
I said nothing. There were no implied questions here. Let us go.
Weird.
Well, he said it was private, you know? Dell's too polite to keep down that train. Oh.
Right. You all begin making your way down, heading in. Sweat hangs off of your brows and trickles down, staining your clothing slightly as you are going about. You kind of take you're winding at the very edge of this volcano on the inside, and the path is also like has a bit of an overhang on it as well. It would be very difficult to see this unless you're standing at very specific parts on the opposite side from where you came up at, so the farther side from any civilization. But it is worked enough. Like there's kind of the impression of very worn steps used. There's splashes where you think great, bubbling magma like hit parts of these steps and then formed new things. So there's parts of it that are almost cave-like, where this like side wall has been reformed and then probably dug out again over time. But it doesn't look like it's been used very much recently. You are able to follow this trail fairly well. There's parts where like it's just covered with dust again. But you pick it up because there's really only one path that you can take here. It's not super wide. It's not like you're not walking on a tightrope, but you have to walk single file. It is slightly treacherous at times as you're going. Eventually you continue down. You get to the point where it's like even Anya is starting to like, this is like standing right above the forge at this point, like being stoked, and you all have to or elect to down a potion of fire resistance. At which point you can still feel the heat, but it becomes more like exiting a very cool building out into the hot sun, where your person feels cold, but you can still sense the heat on the other side. As you continue down, you eventually hit a landing. You're maybe a couple 100 feet above where the magma is cooled. This lake of jutting flame and rock. And you can see there, kind of carved into the wall, this facade of a building. There's two statues flanking a wide entrance, about 10 feet across, about 15 feet high. The statues seem a bit defaced, although you can make me a religion check. Anybody who would like to. Or you can choose to aid them. 13.
I don't like farms.
Wow. Adoren, rolling good on the stats. They don't have any bonus to again.
It's so irritating.
Anya, you're like, like other. It's not Cordal. You can tell that. Adoren, you think that this was a temple to Mira, and that these were statues of Earth Goddess. But they've been defaced, and not that recently. You think that this happened some time ago. You can also see, you think that there were well, lost the word. Murals, art depictions, with the little tiles. Why I'm forgetting this whole
Mosaic?
thing. Yes, there's
I re-
mosaics. Thank you. Evidence of very, very old, weathered mosaics, which have lost most of their color, leaving the original image not very visible. But above the heads of the statues and in pieces on this broken mosaic, you do see above the statues there are two dragon heads carved into stone. One second. Excuse me. They are kind of gargoyle-esque. The tongue is sticking out, and it seems like almost to they're incredibly realistic. It's almost dripping with this kind of hot substance, even though it's all just stonework. It's carved out of a mix of obsidian and what seems to be kind of red granite to give it this feeling of being almost on fire. And it does seem slightly off-putting in a way that's not just normal. It's not just normally like a bit of a creepy statue. There's something inherently slightly magical about it.
Doran's just gonna look upon the statues, and he's gonna turn to the group and just remark how this seems to be a place dedicated to Mira, and just. But he's looking at these what is it called, these like dragon-like statues above the heads, and he's getting this weird sense of magic from them. I want to use my divine sense and just see if there's just some weird force or like anything radiating off of them.
Yeah, let me just. Immediately, you smell. There's no fiendishness to you or anything like that. You detect a very small, almost buried beneath the sulfur and everything else of holiness to this place, but it's like actively being smothered by the overwhelming other presence. There's something that is evil at the core of this, but it's being kind of you think it was being suppressed by whatever remnant of celestial magic or presence there is here, but that now is sort of being subverted, and whatever this evilness is struggling to break through to overwhelm what magic was here before.
I have a bad feeling about this place. There's a weird battle between celestial energy and darkness that so off-putting. We really need to get to the bottom of whatever's happening here. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. I think with that, you all begin to enter, kind of glancing up at these dragon-headed statues as you pass through the doorway. You come to a temple. It seems kind of standard in layout. There at the at one end is an altar, or would have been an altar. You think there was something laying here quite recently that has been removed. There's kind of like a stand, very clearly a metal stand, worked gold. But whatever was sitting there is gone. And you can see like in the dust and dirt where it has been shifted recently, removed. There are more murals which are a little bit more well preserved in here, which do depict this huge dragon, like it is the size of cities or small mountain, which is breathing this flame magma out onto things, places you've never seen before. People kind of despairing at this. And then you see a figure, which you think is probably Mira, kind of rebuking it with a hand out, and it kind of being crystallized at the base of a mountain, which has then turned into this volcano. Sort of telling a story without any words. You can see beyond there is a doorway that leads further past like this more prayer room down, almost straight down below. And you can see light, this reddish light coming from down there. Moving through, the pathway seems to lead down. You you can tell it's heading around to like the very shores of the lake of magma.
Can I just take a quick peek around this prayer room before we continue down, looking for any signs of who might have passed through here in the last 5 days, other than whatever was sitting on that worked gold metal pedestal? Anything else that might have been taken from this room?
Okay. Yeah, you make an investigation check. Ooh, it was hovering on the 20 there.
I know, I was like, ugh.
You make a quick search of the room. There are some pots that were filled with like incense, but it's long since like decayed into almost nothingness. There is a side room which has stored what seems like some raiments which haven't been touched, and those seem in good enough condition that you imagine that they must be enchanted at least somewhat. There's no way that they survived down here for this long with no damage otherwise. In that same room, you also do see there are some repositories of treasure. There's several art objects. It's worked gold, platinum. You see a chalice. There is a scepter that is fashioned with several iconography of the goddess Mira, and things of that nature. It is untouched. Whoever came down here didn't look very hard, you think, or otherwise, like, this isn't why they came, or, you know, they just skipped by it.
How many of the raiments are there?
There's just one.
Okay.
And you imagine it's the sort of thing that, like, a head cleric might wear. It's hung up on a wall, like, very clearly displayed. It is mainly this kind of rich coffee brown color with red, white, and green accenting on like the sleeves, around the collar, like where you would wrap it all together.
We'll just quickly turn to the group. Head priest robe hanging on the wall in there. Probably has some magical properties. Could be something to help with the heat if we want some double protection, but I would need 10 minutes to make sure.
Anya will go over and have a look at it. I have Weaver's Tools proficiency and Religion proficiency. Can I make a combination of those rolls to try and get something more out of like the way that this is made and stuff? From obviously my position as the chosen one of Kodal.
Sure. I'll let you make a Weaver's Tools check to try to suss out whatever magic might be hidden here, as opposed to an
Which is
Arcana
that?
check. It will be plus int.
Also, I have a quick clarifying question about
Yes.
the layout of the room. So we've got the prayer room. There's the door that we came into it. There's this side room, and then there's the door that's leading deeper into the temple or deeper into like the mountain, or
Like
that's the
I'll do like
thing.
This is not very well made. You look at this stitching here. It's not. This was not crafted well. I don't know anything else about it.
Would it have been better crafted if it was one of Cordal's?
Yes, because Kodal is. The acolytes of Kodal are all trained in different tools and things like that. The acolytes of Mira, I assume, are trained in what dirt tastes like.
Dirt tastes good in the correct context, and that's really hurtful that you joke about it.
No, I think that it is a valuable thing for their service to their god. I do not think it is. It would be crazy for a god of Kodal, for example, to be taught about the patterns of the moon. That is what an acolyte of Sil would learn. All gods serve their purpose.
here's my shitty rendition of what the layout is a little bit. There are a couple other rooms which I just didn't mention. They seem to have been like maybe bedrooms or offices at one point, but all the crap in them is completely destroyed by the heat.
Terrific. It looks like an evil robot.
It's beautiful.
So this
Beautiful
was
map.
I'm gonna mark the storeroom as S. This was the entrance down here where you walked in at, and this is the what's a different letter that makes exit? I'm gonna for other passage. Yeah, so you guys basically walked in this way, and then just beyond that is the stairway leading downwards. It's almost like immediately on the other side of this altar right there.
So what is it that we're able to see, like peering down that passageway?
You can see light at the very bottom, but it seems to go on for quite a bit, like maybe a couple hundred feet. And it's not like a spiral or anything. It's just like straight vertical. Not vertical, but you know.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kristen.
I have my aspect of the beast. I have the eyesight of an eagle and can see up to 1 mile with no difficulty and discern fine details. Is that going to be helpful here, or is it literally just the bottom of the stairs that we're able to see?
You can see unworked ground at the bottom, which is like slightly cracked in places where heat is coming up. It seems to be like as close down as you can get in this volcano without being submerged in magma.
Okay. Yep.
Not to state the obvious here, but friends, I think this is it. Once we go down there, it's either us coming out or a 10,000-year-old fire-breathing dragon that's going to burn the world into two. So,
Anya will smile weirdly at that, but say to Felipe, I can identify this quicker. I have far much less use for my magical gifts from Kodal if we don't want to wait the 10 minutes.
by all means, I was just thinking it could be helpful to us depending on the enchantment placed upon it.
Yeah, like out of character, I can't imagine that I'm going to cast a spell. Like,
yeah, in a fight
I
with
have-
your other level
Yeah.
one.
like
By all means, yeah.
So I'll cast Identify on it with my last slot.
Okay. You spend a minute to do this, and focus, studying, drawing on the spirit of Cordal to aid you in identification. These are the raiments of Mira. They are robes, so there's no AC benefit besides your dexterity if you're wearing them. While you are wearing them, you gain resistance to non-magical physical attacks. That's bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing, as though your skin were made of stone. If you are a cleric, this is considered a magical focus. So it gives a +2 to your spell save DCs and your attack modifier. You can also use the robes to temporarily attain the form of a earth elemental. So it's an action to shift into that, and it lasts either for 10 minutes or until you run out of earth elemental HP, at which point you revert back to your normal. Very similar to polymorph.
Is that everything? Sorry, I didn't mean to
Yes,
interrupt.
that is everything.
Can they be incorporated into my raiments of Cordal?
They could be if you had, if you took like a couple days to do it. You could wear it on top, like wear it together with it. But to like actually combine them in a more aesthetically pleasing way, that would take a significant amount of time.
And it requires attunement, I assume.
It does require attunement, yes.
Anya's looking at it and goes, "Oh, it does a lot of things. So, firstly, it is very beneficial if you're a cleric, which obviously none of you would benefit from, and even I would not benefit from enormously. It gives you the ability to shrug off the the blows of mundane weapons and mundane damages. It gives you the ability to do what Dell does, but into an earth elemental. Fancy. It doesn't. I don't think it counts as armor, so it doesn't turn off an armored defense and stuff.
Correct. Yeah.
Or mage armor. It is a very fancy robe. It is not very well crafted, but again, it also requires an hour to attune to it. So.
Save it for later.
Oh, sorry, I totally missed this is a very minor thing. It's not gonna, but it also gives you primordial.
10 grit points.
You can speak primordial.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, hold on a second. That's not so minor. Because if we have to parlay with this here dragon, maybe it'd be good to know primordial, unless somebody already knows primordial
Or draconic.
or draconic.
Does anybody know any languages?
I can speak fluent Gnomish, but
they're all dumb.
I speak extremely fluent Dwarvish. But
same hat.
even more fluent Dwarvish when it's swearing, and I also speak Celestial.
I just don't have as many languages as my usual party members do.
I think we do. I think you give out languages far more over the course of a campaign than you realize.
That's
true. So Anya is like opposite to anybody who would like it, but otherwise she would keep it to, I suppose, return to the Temple of Mira as is respectful to their god.
Yeah, it's powerful. It's a powerful magic item. If nothing else, it's worth quite a bit of gold, particularly to Garrik of Mira.
Personally, I think if any of us are going to take an hour for this, it would be Dell, if only because resistance.
And I do not think we have an hour to waste.
Me neither. Which is a pity.
All right. I will fold it up and kind of look at Dell, expecting Dell to
just hold it in the bag and
I'll put it into the bag. But it's a very fine robe, so I guess I could just carry that. So I will.
The bag is quite safe. It is probably safer with all of the fiery things going about than just being
Not
carried.
if you fall into the lava.
Well, this is true, but we're standing to lose quite a lot if I fall into the lava. I should not do that. After
One less
you.
thing. Yeah, and Anya puts it away and will draw 2 of her guns as we begin to head down. The first order and the second arc, the 2 originals.
There you go.
Right. Coming down to the bottom, do you guys stealth out?
It's always stealthy. Like, always trying to be stealthy.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead
I
and
feel like last time we realized nobody is good at it.
make me some
Like,
stealth checks, just in case.
Yes.
If we are going to do that, if we are going to before we begin our descent, perhaps we should like to sneak our way in. And Dell is going to bring them into a brief circle and cast Pass Without Trace.
And everything.
Imagine a game that didn't have Pass Without Trace. Like,
Thank you for that.
What does that do again?
It's
plus 10 to any stealth roll.
It's like
Yeah.
it's crazy good.
Yeah.
Where do you have that? I thought that was a ranger only.
Whoop.
It is not for
Never play with druids. Oh.
yeah. It is a
Who
very
knows what's on the druid spell list?
the Druid
Man.
spell list is great.
Anya and Rudy have been traveling together so well that they just stealth naturally, and the other 3 are just like, oh no, after you, but loudly.
Yeah, I mean, Adoren's like got this plate mail on, and they're like, it's just like, it is muffled thanks to the magic of Pass Without Trace. But anybody who happened to be looking in their direction with all their, their very bright skin and hair, they are hard to miss, especially within this plate mail.
Just attention grabbing, that's all.
Yeah. You technically have disadvantage on this roll, but you already rolled a 1, so I'm not going to make you roll again.
Oh,
It is hard to conceal your beauty. There's no shame in this, except for our potential deaths.
I will say, as we're doing this, Adoran's just gonna take one of his just basic healing potions because he realized that he still has a little bit to go. Not like a huge bit. But he's just like, if they're gonna fight something, he doesn't want to be at any little bit of disadvantage. So he's gonna take a basic healing potion. So how much does that restore?
2d4 plus 2 for the common, just normal ass healing.
And as before they descend, I forgot to hand out my good berries last session, so Dell hands out his good berries this session. Not much help, but
good berries take an action to eat to regain 1 hit point.
It's use. Yeah, you can shove it down somebody's throat though if they're down and you're next to them and you don't have healing potions for some reason.
Mm-hmm. It's a good point because I did use my spells in case I did need to cure wounds. I can just be like, good berry.
Yeah, nice for stabilization.
Yeah.
If you eat a good berry, what does a good berry do?
So fist-sized berry that heals you 1 hit point.
And gives you a full belly.
Yeah, you're full.
The most important part,
every time I ever remember Goodberry exists, I want to make a noble character that holds feasts, and the start is like a pie baked of Goodberry, and then they get very offended when nobody eats more.
Can you imagine this shit?
Because they're all full. Yeah, like
Eating
that.
that whole
Everybody's
pie.
so full intentionally, and they're like, "Oh, but that's just the first course of 19." What do you mean? We've spent so much money, and then they like try and recover the money back as a con.
Nice.
A lot of dice.
There's a lot of dice.
Yeah. I try not to watch these moments. Like, nothing is happening.
Well, your average stealth is not that bad, despite the very low rolls. Thanks to Pass Without
The
Trace.
1, the 2, and the 3.
The 2 high rolls.
It helps that Anya and Rudy are both 30 plus for their stealth.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. I don't know what's going on with Felipe. He's 3 feet tall and doesn't wear armor, but fucking tripped down the stairs, I guess.
I think a mote of dust landed on Dell's shoulder and exceeded his carrying capacity, and he staggered and hit Felipe.
Just the three of you are dominoing over and over again.
I will say just a bit of flavor. At some point in the descent, I will sort of sidle up next to Rudy and be like, when this pops off, stay close to me from jump. I'm gonna help you out with something.
You do feel as you're getting closer to passing this threshold and exiting into the light of this space that if you're going to like precast or pre-do something, you should do it now. If you want to do that, because you all can feel the palpable tension of the fight coming. Even though you can't see the enemies yet, you can just, there's that feeling in the air, this pre-battle feeling that all of you as experienced adventurers are familiar with.
I will guidance myself for the initiative roll.
I will cast Fire Shield on myself.
I will cast freaking.
Sad roll to go to just the spellcasting.
Oh yeah, so I cast Fire Shield, but I'm making it a cold shield, so it will do cold damage to anybody who hits me from within 5 feet of me.
Got it. Okay.
I think it just automatically set it to fire, but I set it to a chill shield.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Who is leading? Just for my narrative's sake.
Anya and Rudy probably are used to, like, we have fought in caves a lot probably lately, so we're just like, caves. We just walk together.
The two of you, as you all get down to the final landing and peek out beyond, you can see 4 demons. They have many spines on their backs, and they are carrying spears in their hands, but you can also see underneath their arms are bat-like wings on either side. High level, you can tell these seem to be spined devils. They're weak, very common scouts, guards for demonic. They're pushovers. You're not concerned about them at all. Beyond that, you can see a man in plate mail that is well buffed and shining with a cloak around him, and they have a great sword at their side. They're standing quite rigidly, like at attention in a very fashion. Next to them, to their left, is a some kind of caster of some kind, because you can see them chanting. It's hard to hear them, even though it's not that far, just because of the sound of the magma kind of rolling and bubbling just beyond in the distance. In front of them is this swirling, almost portal of fire that is just kind of... and you can see them with their hand up. They seem to be reading from a book, although you don't think it's a spell book, and doing this chant. Again, to their left is a woman who has a bow out. It's a longbow. It's strung and has an arrow on it. It's not like drawing or anything, but she's ready at any moment to pull back and release. They're wearing stud leather armor and a very fine cloak. They don't seem to notice you immediately as you're walking out. Although you can see the spine devils are, like, peering out, looking towards the entrance and around in case anything comes out. The other 3 figures are more preoccupied on the spinning fire portal that is just in front of them. Maybe 15 feet or so in front of them. There are there's on the ground, even though it's not like covered in magma, there are areas where areas where steam and heat are rising in a more intense fashion. And you think even with your potions of resistance, stepping on those areas for a prolonged time will cause some damage. I'm going to go ahead and move us over to a map.
Oh, hell yeah.
See any sign
Let's
of the
go.
prisoners? You cut out briefly, so I'm just checking.
Yes, they are. Good point, because I forgot. I don't have tokens for them because they're bound and gagged and everything. I will pull some out though, because that's when I'm thinking about it, it's probably useful.
Hey, we got to get Balir in this fight. He's a secret level 20 sorcerer. It's the only explanation for his entire character.
Lear's the real big bad. He orchestrated all this.
I have fully clocked him as the
What
big
you
bad.
don't know is that the guy
David, I love your
chanting
shirt.
is Balir.
Yes, there we go.
Felipe pulls off a mask. I was Lear all along.
Balir with the friends we made along the way.
yeah, exactly.
Been really funny if that guy, when I said "What's your name," was like Balir. Just a weird coincidence.
Balir's going to have a far too cool token for what he actually is.
I don't think we
want
have
to.
tokens.
That's not sus at
You
all.
don't have tokens. I'm going to draw them out right now.
Cool.
David, I love your shirt.
Hmm?
I love your shirt. I just noticed it.
Thank you. I like the jacket, by the way.
Yes.
I'm going to pull you all out. This isn't where so you're exiting from where your tokens are, but you haven't moved out into the space quite yet.
Mhm.
But so you can all have vision on the map. What you would.
Oh, Balir is needlessly cool. That's This is a problem that Balir's token was that. Just.
This is not suspicious at all.
Oh my.
Okay, that's all. Okay, so you're exiting from the bottom right, where I've just put you. Let me zoom to that map. Oh, dark. There we go.
Ah, there we go. Okay. Oh, sick. This is dope. This looks so good.
Yeah, so you can see the Lake of Magma is like just over the way. This is the guy chanting over here with the two people next to him. The Spine Devils are kind of, again, they're standing a little bit apart from each other on guard waiting. So they don't know you're there quite yet, but as soon as you like exit into the space, they're actively waiting to watch for you. And there's not a lot to hide behind out here.
I think Anya at the front looks at the other four and is like, if anyone has a way to get closer, I would do it in the next 6 seconds. And then 6 seconds after that, we'll just like walk forward, guns drawn, shooting Spine Devils.
Okay. This is where we're going to cut to break. There's not going to be a better time for it. So we will be back immediately rolling initiative right after this. See you guys real soon. Right, hello everybody, we're back. Jump right into combat. So, on that point, when the players just asked me, so these hotspots are fairly marked. You can move through them with your potions of fire resistance without taking any damage. If you land on those tiles, you will end your turn there. At the start of your next turn, you are going to take a D4 of fire damage. It's not a lot, but in a fight that might affect things a little. If you go into the magma, that is a completely different story, and we'll have to roll that damage.
I have seen the player's handbook on magma damage. No, thank you.
Okay, so Anya is moving out, and guns blazing. I'm gonna have everybody roll initiative just so that we have that already up. Let me add you all to the combat tracker. I'm gonna roll for
What a guidance.
Oh,
enemies.
Oh, it's so hard to click my one
Forget
when
to
you're
do-
rolling all the things. Great. What's the point of +9 to initiative if you roll 2s?
chasing my D20 on the initiative tracker as it just kept going lower and lower because the other people's initiatives were popping up faster.
Mine is also 12, Andrew, because I also rolled I rolled a 1 on guidance and a 2 on the D20.
I'm so irritated because it literally just paused at like 20, and then the thing went to 2, and I was just like, you know what?
Sorry, I didn't mean to have all those be blind. You can see it in the.
Okay. At least our barbarian gets to charge out there, being a barb.
Also, Anya was giving everybody 6 seconds to, like, if they have a dimension door they want to do or something like that.
Yeah, you had that 6 seconds before Anya moved out.
Yeah. But, it might not be worth using a spell that way. But...
Yeah.
Yeah, so Andrew, Anya is 12 because of my guidance.
What's your modifier is 20, right?
Yeah.
Because that puts you slightly up. Yeah, it only has. Okay. So Anya, basically all of you head out into the space, at which point the spine devils begin shrieking. Rudy, you are on it. You're moving right away.
Hell yeah. How far am I able to get? You said we all have -10.
-10. Yeah, you used just so that all the tokens were on the map. You used 10 feet to move out into the space.
Cool. How do you check distance in Boundary again? I should have asked that.
If you have the token controls, the person one selected at the top left, it will be the measure distance. Not the angled ruler, but the normal, a single.
Okay, the normal looking ruler.
So you are, 55 feet away from the very closest enemy.
Okay, cool beans. 25 feet, I think, puts me here. Oh, how do I unselect this? Okay.
Oh, you have to go back to the
select tokens,
box
top
one.
Thank you for bearing with me.
Yep. These creatures are getting ready to charge at you. Suspect. They are like wings up.
So yeah, bonus action, go into a rage, and I will use my action. I will ready an action.
Ready an action too.
Melee range attack. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Oh, I should put begin combat. So Rudy goes. This spine devil immediately wings out, shoots forward towards you. Yeah, they can just get to you with their fly speed. Dodging and weaving, your attack goes off as they get into range.
Hell yeah. We'll make that Warhammer right there.
Yeah, that hits.
Hell yeah. That's 3 + 8. Does the rage effect automatically get added into the foundry, or do I also need to just add a +2 to that?
I'll turn the rage off. It's if you go into the effects tab, there's a thing that you can toggle, but I'll just toggle it real quick. So
Thanks.
it wasn't included there. What is it right now for you?
Get a +2 bonus to the damage roll, increases as you level. So
12 plus 3.
Yes.
So 11 total. You smack into this thing, and it is immediately bloodied. As it is getting ready to attack you with it. Fork and bite. I'll do the bite first, and then the fork.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The bite does manage to get around you. Its mouth kind of latching on to your shoulder. But it only deals you half, so only 2 points of damage to you in this moment.
Oh yeah.
Really a minor inconvenience at best. Sorry, 3 points of damage. So it moved, attacked. That's going to be that one's turn. It is then going to be the Death Priest's. For the moment, the Death Priest continues chanting, although he barks a quick command at the 2 people flanking him. Kill them. Continues. Ashpadu Ebada. It is then going to be another Spine Devil's turn. It is. It'll actually go to the left side. Friend.
13
one hit.
won't hit. 19 will. Yeah.
This one misses with its fork, but manages to stab you. Again, dealing just 3 points of damage. You're just small nicks. You're like shrugging this off. You know you're about to kill these people next turn anyway. If Anya doesn't beat you to it, and it is Anya's turn.
Anya will go to 1, 2, 3, 4. Guess I mean, Rudy's fine. Like,
yeah, Rudy's
taken absolutely fine with these things.
Really,
like,
a minimal amount of damage.
So she levels first order at the Spine Devil. There's one that's 60 feet, so I don't have disadvantage. And I'm going to make it a Deadeye shot, so it has advantage. I also can't see my resources on this one either.
So weird. I can see them, the grit and the save.
Yeah. That's fine. The save one. Oh, I guess the save is relevant. So yeah, I'm going to shoot with advantage at the one that's 60 feet away from me.
Okay.
Maybe. If it... Yep.
Wow. That does still hit. Great.
I was considering making these all sharpshooters. I'm glad I forgot to say that. It takes 16 points of damage.
Immediately bloodied.
Anya's incredibly annoyed at having to shoot this thing again, so I'll Deadeye shot it a second time. Mark my grit here. That's fine. Wow.
Still ahead.
Look, if I'm going to roll these bad things, I'm glad it's now.
These would be misses on most of the other in the room. The second shot, you can describe how it kills this Spine Devil.
The first one just catches it in the chest, and then the third one just like hits it in the lower jaw, and its head just explodes. into like a radiant burst for a second. Then I will do a shot, my third attack at disadvantage against the one that's further away.
You don't have sharpshooter?
I do. Does that increase my range?
It doesn't impose disadvantage when you're in your second
Oh.
range band.
Why don't I read these things? Either way, this still hits. And it wasn't critical. So.
Okay, yeah.
Alright. For 14 damage, and then my bonus action
Immediately.
last attack will be a sharpshooter attack. So with normal.
And so this is the -5.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
doesn't matter. So it will take further
Or it infinity
20
damage.
23 points of damage, and this one just like takes 2 bullet wounds to the chest and like falls.
Is it not 25?
No, there's a weird thing of like it's an amount that is it might be 20 because it's a bonus action shot that doesn't get my dexterity.
Oh,
modifier.
right, got it.
Yeah, so it's
Forgot
plus
you
5.
don't have
On top of that.
dual.
Yeah, I don't have dual
or
wielding.
whatever. So this
I
one
know.
also dies like their weak pushover guards, not lasting very long in the fight. Dell, it is then your turn, and you can see the two humanoid companions about to begin their turns as well. They're ready to.
And
You do note their eyes. They're not just glowing purple. It's like the whole eye is like clouded over with a purplish substance, which is also like almost steaming kind of thing. There's like a wisp about it.
Did I get the sense from the kill them command to the purple-eyed that he was indicating us, or that he was indicating the prisoners?
He probably meant you, considering that you had just appeared.
Okay. So in that case, Dell shrugs and eyeballs it, decides he's going to stand right where he is. It's very deliberate, where he looks down at Felipe and goes, this is the best place for those like us, yeah? And then he goes, and then he remembers again that he's a Bladesinger wizard. He goes, or, myself. And he is going to cast Erupting Earth at 5th level, centered on those guys.
Centered on the prisoners to take away their leverage.
Yeah.
Immediately murder all these clerics. No, they can get resurrected. It's fine.
Yeah, no, they told us they would spend the resurrection spells. This,
It's true.
You will
Those
get
candles
less
will-
money, I believe. Maybe that's not true. I can't remember what I said now.
It's dead or alive, same amount.
I didn't write it down because it wasn't that important.
Yeah. Let's see. Level, cast the spell. Come on.
Actually,
Alright. This is the real reason that I am conservative with my casting as Silverin, is because it takes so long to make it.
Well, the one who you probably wanted to fail the most did absolutely fail.
Awesome.
I rolled the damage for that. Actually, they all failed. You have really high DC.
Yeah, I do.
That's what happens when you're tough level and have magic items.
I think the DC for that, the wisdom came from that. I think that came from just dumping my ASI into it.
Yeah. So they all take 27, and then the Death Priest needs to make concentration check as well. So that is 13 DC, I believe.
Yeah.
Fails.
Ooh.
This what does the erupting earth look like, by the way? Can you describe it?
Yeah, I've learned not to describe until it's already gone off. So Dell just kind of shrugs out his shoulders, his cloak spreads wide, and he just flips his staff. His staff is a very lightweight wood, and at the top, almost concealed, there's a crystal kind of hidden in the flow of the wood, and he stabs that fourth into the ground. A thin line of magma trails all the way up before bursting out from underneath them.
All right. The the earth is thrown about as this happens. Some of the magma spills over, splashing onto the ground. The priest is knocked down slightly, and the book kind of like falls slightly out of their grasp, hitting the floor closed. Go down to up on their turn. In the meantime, Becker, since they're dead, this armored figure is going to. Sorry, you were done, right?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stay there. I don't want to move.
That's what I thought. Moving forward. He's actually going to close the defense using all of his. So that's his turn. He just charges straight in, drawing this great sword, which glows slightly with a pale. It is going to be the other person's turn. So they are actually going to move down slightly to here. Before drawing back this longbow. They're going to fire twice at Dell. Yes, it is.
That hits.
Sorry. I forgot. They're going to use their bonus action to. Oh no, wait, that's not how. I did favorite throw for this one. Okay, so they're going to do the damage, and one of them they're going to add they're going to mark you with favored foe as a ranger. So for the first one, they get to add a D8.
Technically, even though I don't think we're going to stealth anytime soon, Dell is still running past without trace, so I will roll that d20. And for the concentration check, it's my con modifier, right?
Yeah, that's correct. It's a Constitution saving throw, basically.
Okay. Been a minute. No.
You take 14 points of damage from their bow attacks. I'll hit super. Marks that you. That's going to be their turn. But at the end of their turn, the armored knight is going to use a legendary action. Sorry, going to use their 2 legendary actions, because it costs 2, to make a great sword attack on Rudy. Sorry, I need the great sword, not the. Wow. They were all a 1, whiffing completely.
You just hit right in the back of the shell.
Hold on. Okay, I know why.
There's a body part of my brain that's like, you have resistance against terrible people. Where is the
Sorry, they're. Can you not see them? They're directly north of Rudy.
Okay, no, for me it's because I had to reload to try and get the resources thing back. Let's put them somewhere else. That's fine. I'm not going to deal with that person.
I also realized not that it mattered, but their bonuses.
Hit Rudy just like doing like the Pokemon move withdraw.
He just a big swipe of reef just backs off. And just like blink with their shell even. Okay, yeah, because he should have a plus. The sword.
As soon as someone gets within 5 feet of Rudy, Anya considers that person to already be dead and therefore not really that worth doing it unless it's a really significant person. It's like, well, that person's dead, I'll do something else.
There we go.
Unless I can't shoot anyone, in which case, I guess.
Okay, there we go. It is then going to be Felipe's turn.
Yeah, Felipe is gonna look for an angle and charge the 15 feet of movement I have remaining, and get right next to Anya, even though it ends in the fire.
Okay.
And gonna shout over at Rudy. I promise I got you if we survive for the next 6 seconds, but I gotta take care of this first. And I'm going to cast, or rather shoot, Chain Lightning at Exarch or whatever their name is, and I'm going to try to also chain it to hit the Ranger because I believe they're within 30 feet. So. And they both have to make dexterity saves.
Has Rudy taken any damage yet?
Yes, they've taken 6.
I think yes.
6 damage. Yeah, to that, Dell was going to say 6 seconds. Surely they have at least 12, maybe even 18.
I'm good for now.
I knew you were an optimist. Anya's been rubbing off on you.
Dell looks at Anya like,
yes, that's
Anya's
the goes. Yes, truthfully.
Sorry, I'm just
Anya's looking at a different gun.
So that the
I guess I should check this gun.
Remind me again who you're hitting.
I'm hitting the Dark Priest Exarch, and I'm going to chain it to their Ranger friend as well.
Chain lightning.
Felipe walks up next to Anya and makes an Emperor Palpatine reference that nobody in the world gets.
Okay, considering that that's a ton of damage, they are both going to use a legendary resistance on that to make that save a success, but you still do have damage.
All right.
So 42 becomes 21 to both of them.
Ah.
And then,
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, you go first.
I was just going to describe the chain lightning, which you can do as well.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, for flavor, Felipe pops 3 little metal pins in his mouth and kind of holds them like a seamstress while he takes this little bit of fur and builds some friction on the wrapping of his spear, and then pops a little crystal rod out of his component pouch and presses the 3 together in his mouth, and then a lightning bolt just shoots out of his arm. And while he does that, as a bonus action, I will enter my blade song.
Anya's appreciative of the workman-like way that you put that spell together. It's like building a spell.
At the end of Felipe's turn, the Ranger is going to use a legendary action to attack with their longbow at Felipe. Hitting you.
Actually, I'm going to cast Shield.
Shield? Okay.
Yep.
It looks like it's going to hit you and pierce through like towards the neck, but then the shield pops up and it off to the side. All right, it is then going to be Adoren's turn.
Well, I had all the time to think about how I'm going to do this because Laundry hates my initiatives, but
party came to you.
Yeah. So I'm not entirely concerned about Rudy.
At least one person should be concerned about
Rudy. The thing is, I'm not concerned about Rudy with the devils. I do not like the look of that long sword thing that man pulled out. So, for the sake of helping a friend, I'm going to do my transformation with the Radiant Soul, and that will allow me to have flying speed, which I think helps me out a bit. So I'll use that as my action. Not sure how to like initiate it. Do I just roll?
Yeah, you just roll whatever it might be.
Okay, work. So it's activated, and the negative minus 10 to our movement speed. Does it affect my flying or does it not?
Yeah, it's not like a penalty. It's just representing that you moved into the space out from where you were standing already. You guys technically are starting slightly in a different spot, but I don't want to put you off map because then you can't see.
I would be like that's like the perfect distance away. So I'm going to fly over to this whore at a little bit of distance because I do have
Reach.
my yeah. And then let's see. Looking for my bonus action. I was going to use. Wait, what? Where is it? Oh my god, it's not popping up. Oh, here it is. I'm an idiot. I'm going to use freaking Shield of Faith because I want to ensure that no. Yeah. I want to use Shield of Faith to ensure that Rudy is completely okay. And by doing that, Rudy gets +2 to his AC.
I'm gonna thank you kindly, fam.
No problem. And with that, that would be the end of my turn.
Yep, movement action. Goran moves up, casts Shield of Faith on Rudy. Rudy, around you, a soft, subtle glow appears. This divine protection. And we are actually at the end of your turn. The ranger is going to use second legendary action. None. To make a longbow attack, this time at Anya. Hitting you, I believe.
Yeah.
For 9 points of damage. Of course, you are not marked, so. Sorry.
Anya sees the next target of her gunshots.
Why I added them to have magic weapons. Don't.
Oh, I took 10 damage?
Yeah.
That's more than 10% of my health. That thing's gonna die.
Then we're back up to the top with Rudy. Rudy, you are now surrounded by enemies. Finally, and unleash your fury.
I hit a couple things. So I'm gonna take my attack action. So that's 2 attacks with the Warhammer. I want one on that guy, and then the other on that guy.
Okay.
So the first on the spiny demon to my left.
The wounded spine. And on the armor guy. As a turn is passing, you're fighting all of these people. Anybody who would like to can make me a history check. The first one hits. The second one is a miss.
Okay. So I will roll damage. And then can I additionally utilize my for my bonus action, do the how do I roll damage? I just fully lost. The first one hits, you said?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, they don't have very much AC.
Can I utilize my bonus action digging claws strike?
Yeah, of course. To make a bonus action attack.
Yeah, cool beans.
This is against the armored guy. The Spine Devil did die from that hit. You clock them across the head, and you hear their neck snap as they fall down. That will hit him.
Cool beans.
Dealing 9 points of slashing. Oh, it's not adding correctly. It should be 10. 14. Okay, that's all right. So you swipe left and right with this warhammer, killing the Spine Devil, although rebounding the first strike against this man's armor. However, your digging claw on your offhand slashes out at them, catching part of their face, leaving blood trickling down. That's going to be your turn. It's then going to be dead. Not that Spine Devil. The death. Picking up the book, turning around, he says, "You stupid." And is going to look around to see who you want to spell at. He's going to step forward. Actually, no, he doesn't move. He just is going to cast Circle of Death. There we go. Damn it. I'm going to click it again just because I want template.
Mhm.
But it wasn't. It's gone now. Whatever. He will cast it in such a way that it hits everybody except for Rudy, because he doesn't want to hit the knight. It's a 60-foot radius, so it's huge. This area. He does hold up a pearl as he does, or powder of a crushed black pearl, which he holds in his fist. He takes it out of a bag and blows it out. As it does so, it kind of swirls up before coalescing and smashing down into the radius that it's hitting. So I need Adoren, Anya, Felipe, and Dell to make this Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
1 success. 2 successes.
Oh,
1 fail. You've rolled a lot of ones today.
yeah.
I
Bubba, what's
think
going
it just
on?
this is payback for something. I don't know what I did to the world, but I guess
What's going on there?
I already do have
Faster.
what is it? It's necrotic damage, right? I already have resistance to it because of what is it?
Being an asthma. Celesteri.
Being an asthma.
If I was going to cast Absorb Elements as a reaction, I'd need to do that before I did my saving throw, right?
You can't absorb.
You can't absorb necrotic damage at all.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, it's after.
You could do it after, though, I believe.
Yeah, but it's
All right.
you're right. It's not against necrotic. There's
Be right back, real
that.
quick. My dog's doing something he should.
No.
He's posting on Reddit really pro-conservative viewpoints. That's what Yoda's doing.
I picked the wrong time to take a sip of my drink.
Look at these exact saves.
This is
Exact saves, and the person that failed
about that.
has resistance already, so we all take off.
Is 16 the DC? I missed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, 16 is the DC.
This is hilarious.
It does matter because even if you have a resistance, it will half the halved. So everybody's going to take 16 points of necrotic damage as this field radiates outwards of this crushing sickness. You all feel slightly woozy and weak as some of your life force is drained out of you.
Oh, 16 points or 8 points for me?
No, it will still be 16 for you because you failed the save, but you have resistance, so it kind of. Otherwise, it would be 8. I don't have any bonus action. He will move a little bit. Just to be hopefully spread himself out from these AoE spells. As you are fools to have come here. The Spine Devil is then going to move forward, attempt to bite Rudy and stab at Anya.
As he says that, Dell calls back. Did you read that one out of the book too?
Yeah, get his ass.
I think those both miss. Yeah, Anya's 19. Rudy's definitely have more than 10. The Spine Devil attempts to bite Rudy, but you just like shrug it off with your tough hide. It affects you not at all. It's like biting into stone. And it tries to swipe out at Anya with the fork. However, you just dodge backwards. And the little bit that does hit you just like barely scratches your armor.
Stop.
Sorry. And it is then Anya's turn.
This Spike Devil is like not. Anya just walks away from it, I guess, because who cares? 1, 2, 3.
Like you're not doing enough to I care to kill you. It will.
I mean, like
swipe at you.
It's basically a small pet at this point. It's like.
Yeah, I mean this thing has terrible to hit.
And then it critical, and I take some damage.
No. They're meat shields.
And then standing facing the ranger, I will empty a bunch of shots. How does this thing work? It increases my misfire thing. All right. On the first shot, I'm going to do a Deadeye shot to give it advantage, and I'm going to do a violent shot to give it an extra D8 damage.
Sure. Is that your?
For 2.
Is that you done on grit then?
No, I've got one more. Wait for the dice to roll.
That is going to hit.
So it does this damage, and then D8.
Good.
D&D is easy if you roll in the top half of damage dice all the time.
24. Okay.
All right, and then
they
a second shot.
They look pretty banged up. They are bloodied.
All right, a second shot.
Okay.
This one's just straight.
That
So
one,
15
they ready for the attack, dodge out of the way.
A third
Roll
shot.
into this. You feel as though, based off your previous attacks, that this one should hit, but they seem to have analyzed your shooting style a little bit, and they almost preempt your shot and move out of the way. They have multi-attack defense.
I aim the final shot at it, and then I reverse the gun and just shoot the Spine Devil behind me instead.
Okay.
That's dope. That's real cool.
Nice.
Well.
And
the funny thing
and
is,
as that,
if it were not a 1, that would still hit.
Yep. As the gun misfires, like she does it, and she hears it click, and she hears like the compounding, like of the like the mechanism just grind. She drops it out of her hand, and opens a pocket while drawing a different gun with quick draw for next turn. Man, I hate multi-attack defense.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, I was like, wait, don't you have one more? But no, you didn't.
And then I'm thinking about if I just want to action surge to shoot something else out of anger, but I won't. Save that for a later time.
It is then going to be Dell's turn.
Above board, which ones of you are bloody? Because I know we all took damage with that last one. Anybody bloodied?
I'm good.
I'm at 2/3 health.
Oh, you're pretty hardy. You're level 12.
Rudy's doing all right.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Rudy hasn't even considered feeling slightly hurt yet.
like a bug bite or something. I don't know, man.
Nice. All right. Then, in that case, I will still hit things, which is really nice to do. I like being level 12. Sorry. For some reason, I thought we would be greater hurt from that last round, so I was planning on heals.
Circle of Death is not a great spell beyond the enormous range.
Yeah, and I kind of forgot we all
It hits all
resisted
of
on
you.
it.
Yeah, that's the best thing about it.
It's pretty useful that way. Dell
Even
is
though it's,
going to...
you only did 16, but 16 times 4 is still...
Hold on, so that's not showing up that I thought was here, so let me see if it's just that I didn't prepare it. You said earlier that down here, how much damage, if we weren't running the potions, would we be taking from heat each time?
I didn't specify, because I assumed you would take the potions.
Okay.
You would be taking a D4 every round, and if you were standing on the things, you would be taking a D12 every round.
Bad. All then.
And you would have been taking a D4 the whole descent down here, so you would, even with your massive amounts of HP, you mostly would be dead by now.
Yeah. No, it would have been bad during the descent, but right now it's not exactly the worst.
Not that bad.
So in that case, Dell is going to not quite spin in place. He almost looks like he's about to turn about, but when he completes what would have been a turn, he is abruptly in the middle of the field. And that's his phase step ability. It's not a spell, it's what he has with his Circle of Dreams. And so when he pops into place, he is crouched. And from his voluminous sleeves, there's an unsettling rippling as he reaches out, and he casts Giant Insect.
Hell yeah.
Oh
So, crawling from his sleeves erupt 5 wasps. And as soon as they pop from his sleeves, they become giant, and they are centered on 2 on this guy. Let's see.
They're just the giant wasp is the name of the creature.
Yep. Assuming they'll take less damage if they're in the air. 2 on this guy, 2 in this guy.
2 in that guy?
Yes, in that guy.
That's a powerful spell.
So you move to
teleport.
Where do you move to? Move yourself.
Hold on, I'm moving him.
I'll
Yeah.
pull out these things.
So he's got to be within 30 feet.
Okay, and then you can. Where are you choosing to place them? Are they all around one person, or how's that work?
No, 2 on the top fella. 2 on the bottom fella, so he's right here. I measured it earlier.
On the ranger?
Yep. And then... let's give 3 to the top fella. Because he seems like he has a plan going over to the fire. I thought about doing the 10 centipedes, just because from action economy, makes a lot of sense. but it also makes the battle drag so much.
That's good.
Summoners, man.
Do they go right away?
For them, they act on my turn each round. They go right away, presumably.
Why don't you output the spell so we can see it?
Yeah, it's just taking its time. I'm gonna hit it again.
Okay. It's doing that thing. I can find it again. It's the summon, the conjure.
Giant insect. I got it now.
Okay, there.
I think I was just clicking the wrong.
Yeah. So obey verbal commands. Acting your turn. Yeah, it doesn't say, so I'm gonna assume they go summon them.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and make the. I'll give you access to their sheets.
Did you already have wasps up your sleeves this whole time?
You should be able to see their sheet. It's under beasts. It should be at the very top. They only have one thing that they can do. So.
Yes, it's very simple. This is why he's so close to his encumbrance all the time.
Because you're carrying a wasp swarm.
He is, in fact,
for
carrying a
some reason
wasp
not
swarm.
killing you.
I'm a druid. This is the thing I do.
Just do all of them at once. I'll do the top 3 first, and then the bottom 2.
Okay.
Okay. That's 1 hit on the top guy. And the 2 below both miss. So he will make a con save. And go ahead and roll damage. That is a success. He only takes the 5, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I failed. Okay, yeah. So he takes 5 points of damage, and he and
What an irritating thing to do to someone that's trying to complete their life goal.
all right. How dare you?
It's like, and then 3 wasps attack you, and they're huge.
So the teleport was a bonus action. Then you cast a spell. Did you want to move at all?
Yeah, he's going to step back into the relative protection of being next to Anya.
Okay. You're like,
we're just gonna get
behind
AoE'd
the gunslinger. Is then going to be the champion's turn. Oh, and I totally forgot about those history rolls. Let me scroll back up. Tell you the thing that I was going to tell you. So Felipe, Dell. I think Anya didn't want to roll.
Yeah, I didn't want to roll.
Felipe and Dell. As you're looking at these two, you remember the ballad, the lay that you heard, and you know that the figure in armor is Balaran. Back what he would have looked like in his prime, and you know this because on the breastplate, on the I'm forgetting now the technical term, but the little armpit guard thing, the circle thing, there is a
pauldron?
symbol. Yes, the pauldron. Not the pauldron, not the whole thing. There's that little bit that some armors have. You'd see it on his token. There is the symbol of Balaran, and as you're thinking of this, you also recognize Vala in the distance with their longbow and armor. Balaran, who I'm going to is Dell, you would also have realized this. Okay, Balaran is going to make 3 attacks against Rudy with his greatsword.
One question.
Yes.
I was wondering because I do have I have Sentinel, which allows me to use my reaction to stop or them when they make an attack against a target against myself. But the thing says 5 feet, but I was just I have a weapon that has 10 feet of reach, so I'm not sure how that works.
I think that it is written that way specifically with reach weapons in mind. It specifically says 5 feet instead of within melee. for that reason. Because I think the idea is you can't use it on like whips and stuff either. Weapons with like a farther reach. I'll let you do it this time because we're still getting used to these characters. But in the future, I will ask you to be within 5 feet for Sentinel.
Okay.
So you can make an attack of opportunity as he goes to attack Rudy.
Gotcha. Eat shit, bitch. Oh wait, hold on. Eat shit, bitch. It's
Which
just not my day.
glances off his armor. So Rudy, you get hit twice because of Shield of Faith. The 19 becomes a miss. Sorry, it's only the first thing. It's just because of yeah.
Right, so
for right now, it's just the first thing because the triggering effect for the other damage has not gone off yet. So you're going to take 7 and then 8 points of slashing damage from this greatsword.
is that already halved?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did that math already.
Okay, so 7 and 8. Okay.
Yeah, 15 total as he goes. These white slashes would be devastating to most of the other party members, but with your rage, you shrug off the damage that's being done here.
This is quite rude, and I don't appreciate it.
And from the figure who has up till now not spoken, he says, "Worthy." At the end of this is then going to be Vala's turn. She now has a bunch of wasps around her for some stupid reason. Throwing the bow quickly and drawing 2 short swords, they're going to cut out at these creatures. They're unfortunately not as good with these, but those don't have very high AC.
Yeah, but they are, after all, just a giant wasp.
So
They are.
they get 2 attacks, and then they're going to use their bonus action to offhand. All of those hit because giant wasps.
Yep.
So it'll be 2 on the top one, 1 on the bottom one.
Okay. Yeah, and they're wiped out except for one of them. The bottom.
Okay, so the top one dies, and the bottom one is
still there.
nearly dead. She like cuts off like several of the arms and part of the mandible. So this creature is like almost cut in half, but still flying around.
Dell lets out a little sigh from where he's standing behind Anya.
Dead. Gonna be Val's turn. At the end of Val's turn, Valoran is going to use a legendary action on Intimidating Presence. And it is going to use this against Adoren. He turns to you and he says, "Do not interfere with this duel between this warrior and I." And he is going to try to cow you into becoming frightened of him. So I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Gotcha.
I like the idea that he's going to do that to Adoren, and then just Felipe is going to show up like.
And his presence is quite intimidating to you. You do feel like afraid of this man who has just slashed into Rudy quite effectively.
Wait. Pause. This
Yes.
house thinks you can do that to me, a paladin who has an aura of courage.
That's right. You
That's
can't be
very
frightened.
fun.
Okay, so it just does nothing to you. You
You
feel that a normal man, or a normal person rather, would be overcome by this warrior's mere presence. However, you, with your faith in the power of love, are unaffected by this.
Doran just like looks down because he's still fucking flying and eyes glowing, just to be like, "You know no love."
Guy's whole life
Um,
story is about love.
You say that, and he becomes enraged and looks like he is about to ignore Rudy to fuck your shit when he gets a chance to. It is then going to be Felipe's turn. You're going to take a d4 for standing in the whirling fire. So you take 2 because you the resistance points of fire damage.
Next
Is that
sentence
from
that really needs. Oh, sorry.
No, is that from the potion or my fire shield? Because my fire shield also gives me resistance.
They don't stack, so it's just both of them
Gotcha.
kind of.
Cool. So Felipe's like, and is going to, is gonna run right next to our boy here. I'm just going to charge up right next to Adoren and level the spear in one hand, braced over the other hand, and look straight at Balaran, and I will call him by name, and I will say, Balaran of legend, do you know the Blade Song? And I'll sort of like twirl the spear a little bit, like Obi-Wan Kenobi. But I won't attack. I'm instead going to use my action to cast Haste on Rudy.
Okay.
I'm popping that spell card into the chat.
Yes.
Oh, it's
What
right.
is your AC even now?
It's 23, I think. Sorry, no, 24.
You can also pop out that card so that you can see it.
Yeah, you can right click and there's an option to pop out any individual message in case you want a room. But ongoing.
Yes.
All
So
right.
you are hasted.
Rudy, you feel this rush of energy and speed, and as though you could run even twice as fast as you normally could, and everything starts to seem slightly sluggish to you. Everybody's movements. You feel this burst of speed well within.
But I ain't running anywhere for now.
Nope. So that's a movement action. Did you want to do anything else in your turn?
No, I'm going to just keep the spear leveled at this guy like this and just be like, come get some.
Is still fuming at Adoren. Vala is going to use legendary action to short sword attack the wasp again, try to cut through it.
Ooh.
What a nerd.
Just barely missing. Well, the wasp flies up.
Legendary action to fail to kill a giant wasp.
Yeah, you hear Dell like Anya hears Dell behind. Oh,
one
what?
more. Just one away from a hit. It is then going to be Adoran's turn.
So, what was this dude's name? I don't care. He's a nerd anyway. I'm gonna strike him with my freaking pike, and we'll see how that goes from there. I'm assuming that
is a hit. Yeah, just barely.
As a hit?
Yeah, it's a 19. Yeah.
That's right. Duh. I don't know what I thought. But and with that, roll for damage, right?
Yep.
And plus the freaking 1d8 from enhanced divine smite. That's what it was.
Yep. Let me start. 17 total. You stab out at him, and it kind of finds a chink in the armor, and he kind of.
And look at him and being like, and then I'm gonna go at him again. I'm gonna beat this man's ass.
It's gonna hit.
And once again, and with this stab, Adoren's just gonna be like, hey, listen here, you fucking idiot, keep your grimy sword off of my friends.
Dell looks up at this sudden aggression.
13. Right. He now has a number of cuts on him. However, he's still not bloodied by this.
I'll make him bloodied.
Did you want to move or do anything else? Bonus action and movement.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Oh wait, I just remembered. Was the Radiant Soul? I deal an extra radiant damage to one target when I hit them, and that extra radiant damage is equal to my spell. Hit them twice, and that would
okay. So another 12. Because it just goes off once.
Only go off once.
Yeah, it's once per turn.
You
once on each of your turns, you can deal extra radiant damage. It's still very good.
Yeah, once on each of your turns. Yeah, an extra 12 is still pretty nice.
Free damage.
These strikes, each of them flare with radiant magic as you stab and cut out with this your purple shafted pike. It is then going to be Rudy's turn, but before that happens, at the end of Adoren's turn, Vala is going to frustratedly try to kill this wasp again, managing to do so.
No.
That was probably going to die to the fire damage on its turn anyway.
Yeah.
Poor wasp.
It was. I'm totally fine.
It's great.
Okay, Rudy, it is then your turn.
I'm about to hit this guy so many times. Okay. Eyes on me, buddy. Going to for my first attack, I want it to be a reckless attack, so I get advantage on it. What is the hotkey for that again?
Shift click.
Okay, thank you.
That's gonna hit.
Okay. I'm going to hit him with my extra attack, Warhammer once more.
That's gonna hit.
Cool. And then because I have haste for my extra action, I am going to hit him again.
That is gonna hit just barely. Right. And then, did you want to use your bonus action?
Oh, was that is going into reckless attack not a bonus?
No, you could just do that. The penalty is that you are at everybody has advantage on you for the rest of the round.
Also, reckless attack is advantage on every attack that you make.
That's true, yeah. You can if you hover over it, there should be a plus button.
Because you might turn one of those two into
it will roll again for you. You hover over the chat box.
Okay. So which ones do I need to?
Both of the other two, just in case you roll a crit.
We love checking.
But they're both still hits.
Cool beans. Okay. So yeah, then I'll dig in claws at this guy. Or yeah, we'll do that. And I get advantage on that as well?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Love to see it.
That's gonna hit as well.
Reckless attack is great, and then because it literally doesn't matter if you get hit. Like you're designed to get hit, so it's like, who cares?
You already got like so many buffs to your AC.
This man is looking bloodied at this point.
Don't talk to my friends like that ever again.
Anya and Dell are like fighting two other people, and the three of you are like just wailing on this one guy.
At the
just
end
wanted to find the love of his life.
At the end of your turn, he's going to. At first, this guy was pretty level, and then Adoren insulted his love. He's going to just scream at Rudy. What do you know of love? And he's going to slash out at you with his greatsword, using actions. Oh, sorry, I keep. But it glances off your armor.
With advantage.
Oh, that's true.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Still, with the haste, you're able to move out of the way just barely.
Those two quite a lot.
Out of the way. Is then going to be the Death Priest's turn, who is now surrounded by wasps, annoyingly.
I love that this one spined devil still alive.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
You're all just ignoring
literally,
him.
you know.
Convert him to Cordal.
To come.
That would be truly impressive, converting this demon to a.
I fire a
different
conversion
deity.
bullet. It actually just kills them, but I call it a conversion bullet.
Have to pull it.
Oh my god, he's gonna summon some giant wasps, and it's gonna be a giant wasp off.
Let them fight.
He is going to cast Summon Undead. Or he's going to use his action to summon undead, rather. It's technically not a spell. I'll click it out. Out from behind these wasps appear.
I summon the wasps as I just make them very large. What he is doing is entirely different.
A skeletal young dragon. Yes. Rise, bones of the fallen drake. Rise. Defend me from these creatures. Yeah, so they as you rise up from ground, a command is still destroyed. So they get their own act, or their own. I'll roll this roll. Yeah, okay. So it will go and come around. So that's his action. That wasn't a spell. He will cast spiritual weapon. Place it right here. It will swipe at a wasp. Dealing some damage, but not quite killing it. Although it will probably die when it comes around to its turn. So that's his turn. He's going to stay put. The Spine Devil is then going to go and is going to attack Rudy. Advantage. Actually, he's actually going to back up, flying back. You can make an attack opportunity, like.
Okay, attack opportunity. Would I get advantage on that also, or is it just my turn?
I think
I
you
think it's
would.
all attacks you make for the rest of the round.
Okay.
Until your next turn is the wording, so yes.
Yeah.
I even have it in the book in front of me. I just can't read today.
That still hits.
You love to see it.
You sure do.
Okay. It takes a massive blow, but now has backed up and is going to, in retaliation, launch some tail spines out Dell.
In retaliation for that hit, we'll target the weak little elf.
No longer wanting
Ooh.
to be next to
Ooh.
this barbarian. Okay, well that's one hit, one miss. You're to take 6, 10, 15 points of damage. Sorry, no, 9 of that is fire, so that's gonna be for 10 points of damage in total. 6 piercing, 4 fire. Sorry, 5 fire. Let me do this again. It's gonna be 11 points of damage, 5 of fire, 6 of piercing. Don't do math on stream, guys. Yeah, so as it launches these red hot stingers from its tail. Action. So good. Anya is then going to be your turn. This skeletal dragon has now appeared in front of the death priest.
Anya's confident that Dell's... Charlie, you're muted.
I thought I knew the damage, but then you said it multiple times, so I got lost.
11,
how much damage?
11 total.
Okay.
Sorry.
Anya's confident Dell can handle that. Dell is some kind of conjuring summoner, and this thing is a summon, so that's fine. Anya quick draws out Fourth Testament and looks down at the guns, make sure they both have full ammo, and flicks her sleeves, and she's gonna make as many attacks as possible for a gunslinger at this level. The first one will be a Deadeye shot with sharpshooter.
What are you saying?
The first one's against the ranger.
Okay.
So this will be a Deadeye shot with sharpshooter.
Okay.
No
advantage. And that's your last.
Yep, that's what I meant to click. Yeah, last crit point. Unless there's crits, which would be nice.
No, but that does hit.
Alright, so she takes... this is thunder damage in case... Oh, cold damage. So she takes 28 points of damage.
Okay.
Then I think that Anya is going to fire a lot of things. My internet just started slowing down, so give me a second. Going to fire a lot, so I'll put a second one at the ranger.
Okay.
Good. My internet's been fine this whole time.
That is going to miss.
Alright, I didn't mean to roll the second one.
That's okay. Yeah,
So-
19, though it would have hit if it was the first shot. They are now predicting you're trying to preempt your bullets. Touch.
Yep. So Anya smiles past the dead wasps and turns the guns on the Exarch priest,
Okay.
and I will start shooting at that. So this is the first shot against him. Does a 17 hit?
It does. Have terribly high AC.
For 12 cold damage. Bonus action, Third Dawn will attack with sharpshooter.
Right, so 5. Yep, that's gonna hit.
Great. So this is going to be +5 on the damage.
23.
23
he
damage.
is looking pretty messed up.
She takes
He's bloody.
in this flurry of blows, she just takes a moment to take a full breath, lungful of air, and then I will action surge and make 3 more shots against him.
Okay. You're just rapid firing at this point. That's gonna hit.
Yeah, these guns are the ones that are designed to shoot a lot very quickly.
Who are you shooting at?
The priest.
Okay, thought so. The
Um,
Exarch. I figured I'd kill him.
Yeah, that's good.
Hell yes.
I mean, you're just rolling
damn.
This is also
super high. You have a huge
how's he
hit.
looking?
Up, not great after being shot, I think 7 times. Oh, sorry, not 7. 4 times in a row. So he's just
Well, he's got one more. So I'm going to shoot him one more time with Fourth Testament, the final bullet of my first salvo of these guns. and I will do a sharpshooter shot, I guess.
Okay, so
Dell is just smiling and standing next to you, and he has both hands over his ears.
that is unfortunately going to miss as you go for a vital organ. He manages to
Stupid wasps.
dive out of the way. at this
Wasps
moment.
were in the way. But yeah, then Anya like looks, sees all of like the bullets that have like are still in the air, like the casings popping out, and breathes again.
Yeah, after having just
Then my turn.
shot off. You to everybody else, it's just like as Anya's turn goes. It's gonna be Dell's turn. I'm gonna go ahead and roll the wasp damage right away. Or not. Actually no, the 2 are, so they're gonna take a D12. That guy's fine though. 4. 1, he actually survives.
Incredible.
The other ones are gonna take they'll survive, but they're not gonna be looking too hot after this. They are both bloodied.
Here, the expendable distractions
I mean, they're
are
lost. It's fine.
expending.
They've done their job already, just by existing.
Yeah, just by sucking a bunch of actions off of that other guy. So the top 3 are going to sting. Let's see, the remaining 3. I really want one of these wasps to crit. Just
So the first one will hit. It won't. The other one will miss.
and then that last one.
Yeah. Hey, you can speak things into reality. So he's gonna save for 1, and then this is probably the more important one. No, he makes both saves, but you will still do the damage on those 2 hits.
All right.
There's gonna be a lot of D6s here, and it won't matter, unfortunately. So 5 and 10. Not bad. He is really rough at this point. He's like holding onto these bleeding holes from the gunshot wound. Like, as he does have it doesn't really matter, but he's now grasping a mace that's like kind of seems to be made out of bone. And then you still have your stuff.
Yes, I do. Being a summoner is lovely. Almost as nice as being a gunslinger. Looking at the other 2, the ones that are purple and controlled.
Mm-hmm.
At a glance, does Dell think he can do anything for them with a greater restoration to end a curse on them?
You make an Arcana check if you would like to.
Is that at the cost of bonus action, or?
No, I'll give you that too. You've been watching them for a while. You can have that for free.
Okay.
But, figure out the nature of this. Let me look at Great.
I'll put it. Hold on.
I got it.
Okay. It can end a curse. It can end a charm effect.
You don't think there might be magic that would disable this effect? It would not be Greater Restoration. They are not technically charmed or cursed. You get the sense that they have. I think you heard somebody say Ballarat. So, thinking about that in your head, probably this is some kind of summon that's been going on here. You would probably have better luck with Dispel, although you don't know how powerful the magic outwork is here. I don't know if you have Dispel magic.
All right. No, I don't.
Druids can even cast that.
Yeah. No, that's I think Felipe's got that already. So Dell will call that out. I can do nothing for our two purple-eyed friends, but perhaps you, Felipe, might be able to turn the tide, change their minds.
Good to know.
And instead, is anybody bloodied? I'm just double checking because it's hard to tell on.
No, not yet.
All right.
You have been dishing out far more damage than you have taken.
Okay. Then in that case,
We've got an hour. Things can change.
well, that's yeah. Oh, why does it keep disappearing? Okay. I am still gonna heal up y'all a little bit. Balm of
you
the
actually
Summer.
have taken the most damage, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, if I am the worst off, then I'll heal up myself with the Balm of the Summer. Actually, I'll cure wounds. I got lots of spell slots.
Certainly precise.
Cure wounds. So. All right. Yeah. So Dell is just going to look around, look at the fact that the other guy is mostly fallen, and everything has just frozen on me entirely.
Nope, dropped out.
Well,
I feel better about all of my technical difficulties last week.
It happens.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Sorry, it just died on me. Did the cure wounds output?
It hasn't yet.
Okay, let's just assume that my turn is over and move on because it's going to be a little bit before it. I'm going to restart Foundry.
The young dragon is going to attack, so it's going to make apply these two wasps real quick, or attempt to. Misses one, it will kill the other.
Oh, I love burning all of these actions on these ones. This
yeah.
isn't.
the wasps are the greatest action economy stall thing I've ever seen in D&D.
Yeah, they're wonderful.
It is then going to fly, flapping, to get right over up in
Does that wasp get an
business.
attack of opportunity?
It will get a sting attack of opportunity, which I'll just click for Charlie real quick.
Yes, thank you. Please do.
Which does nothing against the bones of this dragon skeleton, unfortunately.
Hey,
it will then use its bite attack against Anya, who's been messing up its master.
I'm going to reaction use my
You hear teleport thing?
my teleport ring. Yes.
Ooh, that's what that was.
Rudy uses the Astrof companion ring, and you see both Anya and Rudy disappear momentarily before swapping places.
Anya has a moment of well, that dragon was about to bite me, but this thing's got a giant sword.
Even with all your AC bonuses, that will still hit you, the 24?
Well, I think the rules say it matter what the.
Yeah, it hits anyway.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot how I wrote it. So you're going to take 11 points of piercing damage as this mouth chomps down on you, trying to crunch you up. Jaw.
Anya smiles and gives you a small wave, even while reaching for a handful of bullets.
Thumbs up.
It is then going to be Valorant's turn, who is going to step into everybody's reach at this point. And I will show you the depth. And is going to attempt to hit everybody once. So I'll do Adoren, Felipe, Anya.
At least 2 sentinel attacks go up, right?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
questioning whether.
So that
Yeah,
19 is
okay.
actually a crit. I guess it's not set up correctly.
Yeah, it's not that like you have to set up the thing in a particular way.
Yeah, he has a expanded crit range. But I'll just try to remember. Or actually, I can add.
Do you want to throw for our sentinels?
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that.
Okay.
The heal finally outputted at 17.
Yeah. I reloaded the entirety of Foundry, so.
So the pike misses, however, Felipe's spear does land in retaliation for these blows, as he's just like, he's kind of like whipping his greatsword around with much more speed than you think should be possible. So he's going to take 10. Okay, so Adoren's going to take 18. Both things are in effect now. Now that he's bloodied, you can see a desperation in his eye, a refusal to fail, and his blows are landing even harder than they were beforehand. I'm just going to roll the crit manual. Actually, no, I think I can make it a Okay, so Felipe, you take 33 points of damage from the greatsword as he just like slashes it straight into your arm. Anya, you dodge out of the way of his blow, distracted as he is by the attacks of your 2 companions.
I gotta make a concentration check on haste.
Okay, so that's going to be
And also have to make
DC 16.
DC 16. Okay, I get a +4 because I'm in my blade song.
Right.
Because I add my intelligence modifier. So
Gross.
And
that'll
Yeah,
do it.
that's good.
That'll do it.
Ah.
All right.
Yeah.
wait, I have to roll for what was it called? Shield of
Shield of
Faith.
Faith.
Shield of Faith.
Yeah. So you just have to be a 10.
I roll that.
It's a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
So at the top of your sheet, it's the second. So you also save.
Oh, I see bonuses.
Buff Rudy is still buffed up. The buffest of
Got you,
armadillo.
Rudy.
Rudy,
versions.
kill this dragon.
Rudy, please.
Anya realizes that this fight isn't that hard that you guys have been doing. Like this guy's nothing.
As a bonus action, you see Balaran, like as he finishes the last strike, breathe in and almost refortify himself. He's going to use a second wind here. And although he doesn't come back above bloodied, he does regain a significant amount.
We're gonna
There's
take
the
away a
second wind
significant amount of
gun.
health.
It's then going to be Bella's turn. Bella is going to drop their bow now that they're not as worried about these wasps. They're going to move slightly here. And they're going to cast Lightning Arrow. Well, they were going to hit Rudy instead. Oh, sorry, they were going to hit Anya. Instead, they will attack Rudy.
Okie dokie.
Not lightning arrow, the best spell in the game.
So I need you to make a.
It's a dex
Sorry, I
save.
still need to make an attack roll. Do that real quick. Yeah, that's gonna hit. It doesn't matter if it hits or not, but you need to make a dex save as well. Yeah, instead of the. I guess I don't really need to make an attack. Or yeah.
Well, it's half as much on a miss.
I think you have advantage with haste.
On dex rolls, I don't think so.
No, not from haste.
Oh, is that for haste? Oh,
You
for
have
haste,
danger
I do get...
sense, anyways, right? I think that should give you advantage.
Yeah.
Well,
Well.
sorry. Good try. Oh, sorry. I also need Dell to make a dexterity saving.
Oh,
And
The worst has been not being able to see them as it takes its time to load.
I'm sorry, Rudy didn't make that 14 roll. I just had their tokens. So Rudy, you're going to take 18 halved, so that's 9 points of lightning damage. Dell, you're going to take 5 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
Lightning arrow actually
Okay,
just
so
makes me sad.
bonus action is so they what happens is they bonus action to cast lightning arrow. They shoot that, and then they're going to shoot with their remaining attack with the longbow again at Rudy. Missing this.
That very is.
It just cracks against the ground. The arrow doing. Okay, that's their turn. At the end of their turn, Balaran's going to use 2 legendary actions to make an attack. And he to attack Adoren, who insulted him in his love. Missing, though, it glances off your armor. Okay, that's his turn. Is then going to be Felipe.
Yeah, so I'll look over at Balaran here in the mix, and I'll just very urgently be like, Balaran, you used to serve the light. You can still come back to it.
You
And I'm going to cast Tidal Wave on Balaran's boss, on that mage who... Oh, sorry, excuse me. First, I'm going to walk my little ass back here, and I will take an attack of opportunity if he chooses to do one.
Make a persuasion check
Cool.
before I decide what I'm face.
Ooh,
20.
that's almost as good as Felipe can ever.
There's
persuade
a
anybody.
moment of hesitation that gives him disadvantage, which I believe is enough to make that a miss. Yes.
With Blade Song, yeah, he does miss.
So there's like a momentary pause in mid-swing before he finishes it, and that's enough for you to dance out of the way.
And from back there, I will cast Tidal Wave at just a 3rd level on... I would like to rotate it. Yeah, here we go. I'm going to do it right here. Just a big 30-foot, 10-foot tall wall of water is going to pound into this fucking mage. And I will look over at Dell and be like, sorry about your wasps.
your best.
Yeah, the wasp dies. I'm not gonna.
But yeah, it's a dex save for the
The one
mage.
has 2 HP. There's no way it's gonna.
The wasps are fucked. But yeah.
I actually don't think it hits one of them. It will hit the one, but not the.
I was trying to keep it off the one at the point of the triangle.
Yeah,
if possible.
The other one probably would have died anyways from the fire damage.
Yeah.
So it's fuck it. He's gonna make the dex save though. He's making saves. Go ahead and roll damage. That's gonna be half. So 8 points of bludgeoning damage. He is not knocked prone. He manages to throw himself out of the way of the brunt of the wave, which as it like hits, immediately like steam fills the air, and some of the flaring heat begins to crust over before breaking up again, as some of the magma turns into rock, is pushed aside. Yeah, so I'm gonna actually say that What is it? 30 feet.
Yeah, 30 feet long, but it's only 10 feet wide.
Yeah, but the water spreads out. Anything within
Oh, yeah.
this radius is crusted over, and the fire damage from standing on it will fly.
Cool.
Shouldn't affect things too much, but so movement, action, any bonus action?
No, just going to eyes locked on Valoran the entire time I'm doing all this, just kind of like pleading at him with my eyes to shake off the effects of whatever is tethered in.
At the end of your turn, Val is going to use 2 legendary actions to cast a spell. They're going to cast Cure Wounds on themselves. Yes.
No, never mind. Not going to do it. Not going to counterspell. I'm going to hold it off.
You're too far away, anyways.
Oh, the mage is going to do it.
The ranger.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Never mind. I thought you said Valoran.
A little bit too far. No. Valoran can't cast spell.
No. Okay.
Sorry. This should
Curse
be
of the similar names once more.
Roll the extra
Valoran.
D8. This should be at 3rd level. So 16. Not a ton, but a little bit counts. Okay, that's Felipe's turn. Adoren, it's now your turn.
Yeah, but I don't know anything about this warrior that Felipe is trying to make a plea to, so I'm just trying to hit the bitch. So I'm going.
We were told the story. Because
Yeah.
they look up.
Not all of you recognize them immediately,
Okay.
and nobody really shouted anything out.
That's the guy from that story.
Yeah. Dell did call out that we might be able to.
That's true, you did.
Yeah, Dell did indicate that we might be able to salvage them.
You don't say salvage about humans, just like put me on record to say that's not the right word.
No, he's salvageable.
I can fix it.
That's gonna hit.
This is why my main is Silverin. The words that come to
Don't forget
mind.
about smite. I don't know if you're maybe holding it, but I just figured I'd remind.
That's right. Smite does exist. You know what? Let's see. So that was and then the extra DA, freaking boop.
And 12 extra for Radiant Soul.
That's like on the edge for me. It never rolled over to the 1.
And then
yeah.
Do I do Divine Smite on like an attack or?
Yeah. So anytime you hit, you can expend the spell slot to add the Divine Smite. And that's just a free thing you can do as long as you hit. It'd have spell slots. If it's 2d8 plus 1d8 per level.
If I want to cast it at a again. Well, no, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'll just do it at a freaking. I'll just hit it at a 1st level spell slot.
Okay, so that's extra 2d8.
And then I'm gonna hit him again because he deserves it.
Yep, that's gonna hit.
I
don't think you've missed him. Yeah, I mean he has a decent armor. But you're wrong. 15, that's gonna hit. Or sorry, that's gonna do 15 points of damage.
D8. And can I do Divine Smite twice on like 2 separate attacks, or?
Yes. You only get the the extra dates on all of them. Yeah, you can do Divine Smite as long as you hit. That's the only rule, and you have spell slots.
So your last 1st level spell slot. Bam.
Nice, 13. Okay. He is yeah, you reduce basically all of the HP that he just healed from his second wind, and that's something.
Did you include the 12 from Radiant Soul?
I did include that, yeah. He is looking quite wounded. He has gone beyond bloodied and dumped into looking pretty battered. Right. Okay. Is then going to be Rudy's turn?
Rudy says to themselves more so than anything to anyone, well, you an ugly bastard, ain't you? And I'm going to hit him as many times.
I love the response you get.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and make this another reckless attack.
Okay. That's a crit.
Okay. And before I roll damage, I'll just go ahead and roll my next attack as well.
Felipe is fully hype manning in the distance, just like, get it, let's go.
So then with haste, I'm gonna take my third attack. And then finally, I'm also gonna hit it with a digging claws as a bonus action.
That's gonna miss just barely.
Okay.
Not quite able to get through these hardened bones.
That's okay.
Elle looks over at Rudy right there. Not between him and the dragon, but at least next to him while he is facing a dragon, and just gives her a very bright grin.
Okay. You lay into this dragon, knocking some bones aside with the warhammer. It actually seems to do a little bit extra damage. It's slightly vulnerable to bludgeoning damage. A little bit better. As you do so, you're like knocking aside bones, some of which like reform, but as you continue to knock more aside, it is a weaker and weaker effect, and you've kind of knocked out this creature's rib, and part of its I don't know bone names, but part of its upper arm, one of the bones is so it can still weakly.
Real ugly bastard.
It kind of like slinks its head around and is preparing to unleash on its turn comes. You still have movement if you want to move at all.
Hell yeah! Can I get into a position to flank him? Just for advantage on on the next attacks. Yeah.
There's no in 5e. There's no advantage on flank.
Is there not? Okay.
Some people do that as a house rule. I generally don't because it's
cool beans.
usually
then no, I'm staying where I am then.
I just wasn't sure if you wanted to move to maybe somewhere else next. The Death Priest of Saliel, as he stumbles about, is going to cast find it. Okay, he's going to cast heal. Using last.
Oof. Not heal.
So he regains a significant portion of his lost HP, channels it into his wounds, which slowly start to re-knit back together. And he I will kill all of you.
Ooh.
He is going to then use his bonus action to direct the spiritual weapon to attack the wasp.
Starting with the wasp.
Rudy gives Dell a thumbs up and is like, "That was a good call."
I'll also move it slightly.
Dell is going to look. I can do it again, even.
Hell yeah!
Just swarm this guy with more wasps. That's his life.
Bad dice. All the wasps are now down, unfortunately. Or fortunately, it's maybe. His turn is. He will 30 move over to here, seeming to head towards the prisoners, who mostly have been like watching. They're struggling against their bonds. They are basically hogtied. Like they cannot get up or really affect any action without somehow releasing their bonds, which they don't seem to be able to do at the moment. They've been kind of cheering you on as much as possible and booing at the enemies through gags. When they see the death priest heading to them, though, they are trying to crawl away as best as possible, as ineffectually as they are doing so. The spine devil, who is still alive, is going to shoot a couple spines at Felipe.
What'd I do?
You attacked the main guy. He has to move.
This guy's not intelligent enough to answer the question of what you did. He's just a guy.
That was
Over
in
to
canon.
here.
Felipe was like, "Hey, come on."
That's gonna miss.
Yeah.
That's gonna crit. Man, this spine devil who could, I tell you. He's gonna deal you 3, 9, 12 points of damage. With the
So
fire
6
damage, of
of
course,
that.
being half.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So 9 total. Okay.
That's it. It is then going to be Anya. Anya, you now engaged in melee with this great sword guy.
Has this spine devil done enough to be worth a grit point when I kill it?
Sure, it has crit twice. I will allow it.
Oh, great. Excellent. Then I shoot. I have one bullet left in Third Dawn. And Anya kind of is appearing as if like backpedaling away from the sword wielder menacing her, and like while doing that, just fires a shot at the spine devil.
I want this to be a 1, so. Now that hits. Probably killing him. Yeah, okay. He just explodes from the bullet.
Then I will use my bonus action attack to reload Fourth Testament with cold bullets.
Okay.
And then mid backpedal, she just instead steps on her back foot and propels forward and is just like extremely in the guy's space and just puts the gun up against like first his upper torso and then like his hamstring and pulls the trigger twice for my next 2 attacks.
Andrew's desire for that to be a 1 is exactly why you got max damage on it too. Like,
It's an unnecessary max damage.
Yeah. What you get?
That misses. The second one just boom off the armor.
Why do you have so much armor on your hamstring?
Gotta protect them hammies, man.
But just 20 cold damage.
Okay. He definitely takes that in the chest.
There's like a bloom of cold from the barrel, but like the bullet has already sunk into his skin. And then I guess I'll just walk away from him because like what's he even going to do about it, right?
Sure. Yeah, he already attacked Felipe, so he doesn't have reaction.
I will wave at him as I walk away.
I won't let you fiends come between me and my
I'm going to go kill that ranger now.
he seems to contemplate this in anger.
I was saying that to Felipe and Adoren. She doesn't know anything about this guy.
He's going to use, as you say that, he's going to use his last legendary action before he goes again to move at you.
Oh no.
Doran, I don't believe you've done an attack of opportunity since your turn.
Not
So you can make one if you like.
as I should. Hopefully, the one turns out better than the others.
That unfortunately is going to off of his armor.
Oh, what a shocker!
Chase Anya down. You all do get the sense as you've been fighting him that I mean, you don't know what he was like beforehand, but he does seem like somewhat susceptible to taunting in this state. Something about him is like, whether it's the magic or he was just like that beforehand. He seems a little bit off, and even the things he are saying are kind of incongruous with the situation. That's Anya's turn. It is going to be Dell's turn next. Dell, you get the sense that this dragon skeleton is about to... You and Rudy.
I'm certain. How well does Rudy appear to be doing right now? Dell takes a glance over at Rudy, evaluating his options.
I think that Rudy is at about 75% good. Percentage to it.
Yeah, if you wanted to put a percentage to it. Yeah, so Dell is going to look at Rudy and I think you've got this. And he is just going to focus past the dragon and why mess with what works? He's going to cast Erupting Earth once more. This time the little river of erupting rock travels straight underneath the dragon. And he targets both Vela and what's his name? You put them all conveniently close.
The Death Priest.
Yes. Since you put them all nice and close for me again. Your fight is over here, my friend. Oh god, I love the Step Dreams in that DC 19.
Good. It would be better if they don't roll super well. So
King
they're
A.
both gonna save, but it's still half damage.
Yeah.
Oh, I should remember that soul. Oh, okay, so they're both
But
gonna
you
take...
passed. I would have said something, but you passed. You didn't pass into that space until the last.
Okay. They're both gonna take 13. He definitely is looking bloodied again. After this, he had risen above that. Vala is looking quite injured at this point, grabbing at their side from gunshot wounds and various magical blows.
Oh. Yeah, Dell takes another glance at Rudy before he just warps out of the way. And he'll pop into space.
You can land on top of his spiritual weapon.
Oh, I can't see it.
It's just an empty token thing.
Okay.
Also,
here, I will move somewhere else because I'm glad you mentioned that spiritual weapon exists.
Yeah.
You're a good pal.
You can technically occupy that space, although
Just stand next to the big guy.
Oh yeah.
With me.
Yeah.
Good plan.
Yeah, there you go.
How will we remember their sacrifice?
Like this area.
They have, as they fall, they have started to burn to a crisp. It actually smells like burnt bees or burnt wasps, rather. Right. turn. Dragon Skeleton is going to go and is going to attack Rudy.
And it has.
It has advantage. So 2 claws. Helpful, although that's a little bit. Okay, so that's your AC is 22. So
Yep.
The crit obviously hits, but the 23 hits. Well, the first one, however. Okay, 16. So you take 8 and 11 piercing damage for a total of 19 points.
19. Cool beans.
As you square up with this young dragon skill, basically soloing.
I love how little damage each of these attacks does to Rudy. It's just like, like 11.
Anybody else, that would be like a ton of your HP, but Rudy's like, whatever, it's fine. Adoren is going to swing at Anya 3 times.
And this is
Well, that
why I left you
misses.
to the young dragon.
Oh,
Wow.
That also misses.
Okay, that one's going to hit.
And that one hits.
You take 23 points of slashing damage. As the first 2, he's just trying to like catch up to you as you're backing away. The last one, though, does catch you inside as you great sword down. Valorant is not rolling super high. All right, that's gonna be his turn. Vala is then going to go. Seeing as how Dell just attacked them, they're going to shoot twice. The first one, however, actually,
Me hoping I move far enough away to avoid area for other people. I didn't pay attention to how far the other one did with the lightning arrow.
They're going to use their bonus action to cast Ensnaring Strike. So the next time, if they hit you, this will go off before making the 2 long.
A strength saving throw.
Oh, no.
Okay, so both of those hit. So I do need you to make the strength saving throw.
Oh. This is gonna be funny. I'm kind of.
This is 50-50, right? Or no, that's actually worse because you have -4. You need at least a 14. Hey, that'll do it. No, actually, that won't. You need at least an 18.
Won't.
I'm not good at math right now.
I'll let you curse me.
you are restrained. So you your speed is 0. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and you have advantage on attack rolls, and you have disadvantage on dex saves. So actually, I should roll the second one with advantage. No difference.
I'll just sighs.
And then at the start of each of your turns, you're going to be taking a d6. 3d6 because they're casting this. Plus 3rd level slot. Then damage. I totally forgot who's favored. Probably have been remembered.
It is.
I'm
It is Dell? Okay.
I don't know if you changed that, but that's where I was.
They haven't swapped it yet. I've been kind of forgetting about it. Okay, so you take a total of 22 points of piercing damage, and are strained as these thorny vines wrap up and around you, kind of up to your waist, preventing you from moving.
Other that he is restrained and looks like the vines are thicker than his biceps. Dell also just in general looks pretty bad.
Okay.
He's bloodied.
At the end of Val's turn, Valorant is going to take a swipe at Anya.
Okay.
Rolling terrible. I can't roll like above a 10.
I don't think you understand how much Cordal blesses Anya. Like,
Right. That's his turn. Felipe, or his legendary action.
Okay. Felipe is kind of doing a bunch of math right now, seeing a lot of his friends hurt, but also seeing this guy walk towards the innocent people bound up. So, Felipe, I'm gonna walk right next to you, Adoren. I'm actually gonna walk right here, and I'm gonna be like, "Hey, I'm sure you had a plan, but can I have this dance one more time?" And I'll extend my hand to you.
Oh.
All right. I will take your hand and I will cast Dimension Door, and I'm going to bring us both right here, and I'm going to drop Adoren right on this fucking guy's face. I want to put you right in front of him, within smiting range.
Okay.
And then I'm going to. I know there's no flanking, but I'm going to spend the rest of my movement getting behind him. And I'm just going to keep the spear like this the entire time as I flank around him. And I'm going to be like, we haven't met yet, but I don't think it's going to matter for much longer. And that's the end of my turn.
You're right. It won't. It is then going to be Adoran's turn.
I hope you just crit him twice, and he just evaporates after saying that.
Yeah, that'd be beautiful. Man, the initiative order for this is perfect, though.
Felipe, I also need you to make a. Oh, no, sorry, I'm misreading that. Never mind. You're fine.
Oh, I didn't put Dimension Door in the chat, but I will. That was my last 4th level spell.
I don't know why. Just the fact that we really just did that is extremely funny to me. Once again, just like, hey,
it broke, don't fix it. You know,
what's good? So Adoran's just gonna show up in front of the, Death Priest's face, terrified, but at the same time, he's just like, I'm not gonna let this stop me, and he's gonna make an immediate jab with his pike to their face.
His head moves out of the way as it passes by.
Okay, I'm gonna try this again because there's another one.
It would have been funny if that was one again. Okay, that's gonna hit.
And just so I can make up for the lack of damage, I literally went through. So I'm also going to be casting Divine Smite at a higher level. And then I'm going to use my called Bandit of Sill. No. Oh wait, no, that's extending. That's using my channel divinity. Not the same thing. Well, there is two. Okay, so I'm going to use my. What's it? Oop. My third level, one of my third level spell slots. So how much would that be for Divine Smite?
5d8.
5d8? Gotcha.
Sorry, 4d8. Because it's 2d at first, 3d8 at second, 4d8 at third.
Is this person undead or not? Or a fiend?
They are considered a humanoid.
Okay. So, is 1, 2, 3, 4 D8. And plus the 12 from Enhanced Divine Smite.
which is radiant damage.
Yes. All that's radiant.
You strike out at him with the second blow, and it lands, and it like pierces into his side, and you pump the divine smite into it, but the magic is smothered slightly by this emanating darkness that almost bursts from the wound, and it isn't quite as effective as it normally might be. He chuckles. My goddess protects me.
My love protects me, bitch.
It's then going to be actually at the end of Adoren's turn, Vala is going to turn around and shoot Felipe real quick. But you dodge out of the way. That Rudy, it is then your turn.
Okay, so we got to keep the dragon distracted and away from my companion. So reckless attack. I'm going to attack this thing the same number of attacks I've done the previous
Oh
turn.
my god.
Okay. 2, 1.
Next mini campaign, just 5 totem barbarians.
That hits.
What does the GM do against that?
That one misses. That one hits. That one also hits.
Okay, so it should be all but the 10 and 6.
Just the 16 misses.
Oh yeah.
Describe its death. It is vulnerable to your Warhammer, so you just did double damage for the first two.
Okay, so I think the very last hit that is actually coming from Rudy's claws. This is a creature of death and darkness. Rudy grew up in the woods and in the mountains, very familiar with darkness, and knows that you got to punch him in the heart, even if it doesn't look like they got one. So he digs claws, or they dig their claws in and just fully like rip through like the sternum and remove that that primary piece of structure.
Just like ripping almost basically its whole rib cage comes with you with your prodigious strength just rip down, and the whole thing, the magic in its eyes and maw seem to fade out as it crumbles to the ground, just a pile of bones. You still have your movement if you would like.
I do, and I think I have 70 feet of movement.
You
right
do
now.
have 70 feet of movement because you are still hasted.
So I'm gonna get up close and personal with this ranger.
All right, just charge in the distance.
Ooh.
Dell calls out to Balaran. Perhaps you should both reconsider your allegiances before he does to her what he did to the dragon.
It's just really digging like the something. I can't even speak anymore.
This is
Very
my
bad.
The
usual.
trash talk.
It's like really hot.
After Rudy, Vala is going to use their last legendary action for the round to draw their short sword and take a swipe at you. They should have advantage. Still missed though. It just it hits your shell, but the sword isn't able to pierce through your tough exterior.
You really think that's gonna do it?
Anya shouts, watching it. I don't think they know how to use their weapons.
The Death Priest isn't going to go. He's going to cast Finger of Death against Felipe.
Counterspell.
Okay, I need you. What level are you casting at?
Unfortunately, just 3rd level, so I believe we're gonna roll off.
Yep, we're gonna have roll off.
All right. Cool.
Well, you're gonna roll anyway.
So what is it? D20 plus
Plus
my
your
int
just
modifier?
your initiative, or sorry, initiative. Your intelligence modifier. So just +4, straight up.
Cool. All right. Oh,
Oh, that's not quite enough. The
Damn.
spell still goes off. So I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
yeah, this ain't gonna be good, y'all.
Here, reaction. Use my swap for that one.
It's not a. Let me read the feature real quick.
I okay. Cool beans.
Because I don't think it would matter because it's a ranged spell anyways.
Okay.
Let me check the wording.
I always think that Finger of Death does more damage than it does. I always think it's like 7d10 plus 40.
Yeah, because 78 plus 30 is, you know.
Well,
Okay.
it's better than my brain's recollection of Finger of Death.
This is true.
Which is how I GM. I don't
Yeah,
look up
I
the
should
spell.
probably. Not that it's going to necessarily matter right in the moment, but I think the wording means it has to be an attack roll. I'll make sure to clarify that in case you use the character in another thing, or I ever do something else with that item, because it does say stuff about needing it to be.
Cool.
Not quite specific enough. So do make the Constitution saving throw, Felipe.
Nope.
Ooh, okay.
See you guys.
Wait. Oh wait, no, it wouldn't help anyway. Never mind. I was gonna use the feature.
That was really good. 78. Felipe, you take 70 points of damage.
See you guys. I'm dead. Ooh.
Okay.
Well,
Finger of Death isn't the
uncon-
one that puts you straight to death, right?
Yes, it is.
At the start of their next turn, they're going to rise as a zombie.
but that's not until the start of the next turn,
Not until
right?
the start of
So
next turn. So if I'll say,
Dell's got you, boo.
yeah. Let me look at that. That's the first time I'm going to use this spell.
It's fine. A Felipe zombie is only 3 foot tall. So, like,
It's true. It would be very easy zombie.
it can't really reach your brains. So,
Scramble right up you.
Yeah.
Also, you know.
yeah. So you
because
still
this-
do death saves against Finger of Death because it doesn't specify
Yeah,
that
I'm
you
double
don't. But then if Felipe fails them all, or like dies, will come back as a zombie, which is tragically sad.
Ooh, yeah, let's not
Okay.
have that happen.
Okay, cool. So yeah, if you fail death saves, you will come back up as a zombie.
Oh, okay. So it. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Because
There's a specific spell that when you hit 0, it full kills.
yeah,
you.
disintegrate would do that, but you're not dead until you failed all your death saves. So you're in a limbo state where you may or may not become a zombie in the near future.
Classic.
Classic.
So that's their action to cast that. That's their 7th level done. They're going to use their bonus action to attack Dell with the spiritual weapon.
Oh, bigger problem, Rudy. You lose a turn.
That's
Mm.
true.
Just
Haste drops because the concentration ends.
Yeah.
I also lose 2 points of AC. Okay.
Dell.
The dragon. No.
Sorry, let me do the advantage just in case. No, Dell, you take 13 points of force damage as this. I never described the spiritual weapon. It looks like a long khopesh. So it's got like the blade and the curve. So that slashes down at you, cutting into your arm as you are immobilized.
Situationally appropriate, though. Like a nice spiritual weapon. I like it, even if it is doing me damage.
Yeah. So Rudy, seeing Felipe drop, you are suddenly overcome with a wave of lethargy. And you will lose your. However, it is then Anya.
Anya kind of watches this happen, not paying really a respectful amount of attention to this guy, and says over her shoulder to Dell, "Are you going to start doing the healing things?"
It does seem the time, yes.
Alright, then I will just spin towards him and like dig the gun into the side of his armor and pull the trigger for my first attack.
Hit.
For the second attack, which is also the last bullet in this gun, will like from that position just slam her fist straight up, and it's like an uppercut shot.
Okay.
An 18 hit.
Yes, it does. It will.
I will trust Dell to do the healing, and like as the gun comes down to make the next attack, she's pouring 4 more bullets into it.
Okay.
And I will make this final attack just straight into the middle of his stomach as a dead-eye shot for advantage.
Okay.
With my last grit point.
That is going to hit.
For 18 more.
He, with this, these 3 more shots, he is like limping at this point. You think any attack from probably anybody that lands will knock him out of.
So annoying.
All right. Anya's done. Then it's going to be Adele's turn.
Before I commence to healing the shit out of Felipe, with the restrained, if I teleport,
you're also going to take 3.
yeah.
How are you looking?
The spines.
Oh, I am fucked up.
Oh boy.
You take 16 points of damage.
Oh damn, that's almost max. That's
Almost
nice.
max.
All right,
yeah.
so
I'm rolling really
so,
good on damage.
Yeah, Dell looks absolutely fucking on death's door. But the interaction of restrained and his like teleport action from his dreamwalk thing, that's like a standard teleport and restrained interaction. He can do it, right? Because it's only
you can always teleport out of restrained unless there's some magic-y shit going on.
Okay. Let's see. I'm assuming that everybody's distracted. I'll just stay here because I think. Check my measurement again. Yeah. So Dell, while still fully restrained, is going to briefly heal himself using his Balm of the Summer Court, and he's going to use 6 dice for that.
And that is an action?
And it's a bonus action.
How are you going to teleport then?
He's not going to teleport.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I was deciding.
I wanted to double check that.
Yeah, because everybody's got advantage on me, and that should be 3 of those. So I'll or 6. I've still got 6, so it's 5 more. And then once he is looking not like shit anymore, he is going to cast heal for
Oh shit.
Felipe. Yeah.
Oh damn, that's the big one.
That's the big one, which is why I was pissed when I saw the other guy.
Felipe, you take 70 HP back as regaining almost all of your HP as Dell casts the spell out. The Death Priest just sighs. That's your turn.
Yeah, that's my bonus action and my action, and I'm restrained. So yes.
Done. It's going to be Valorant's turn. Seeing Vala being attacked by Rudy. Oh, you have a ranged weapon, yeah. Oh. Does he attack Anya? Okay. No, he stays. He wants to kill Anya first, or at least attempt.
I do get attacks of opportunity with my gun.
Oh, well, there you go.
And I could have used a grip one.
1, 2.
That hits.
That's also a crit. I fixed this.
Oh, very expanded.
Yes, he
Well,
is.
just a
He's
crit.
a high-level champion, and it's a lot of dice.
Oh, like that high level?
Oh my god.
He has a feature: if he's bloodied, his greatsword does double damage, basically.
Mm.
That meant you take 64 points of damage from these 2
I
strikes.
take 64. Well, the second one misses.
Oh,
the
I'm
17
sorry. I don't
misses.
know why I clicked that. No, you just take
I think it's still enough to make me unconscious.
41 points of damage. Sorry.
Oh, I had 38. Anya like looks betrayed at Dell, like in her last moment of consciousness, and then falls.
Okay. Well, that would have been the first strike. So I already rolled, so I won't move on Dell, which would be probably his next course of action. Instead, he will move 5, 30 over towards Rudy. Because I don't want to metagame that too much. This is why I should do the damage. Close like that. But that's my fault. I'm not gonna punish Dell. Okay, that's his turn. It's then going to be Vala next. Vala is going to pull out their other. No, they're gonna back away from Rudy. They don't want to engage with you. They've seen you in combat.
Are they taking a disengage action?
No, you take a back opportunity, but they don't want to take the billions of attacks that you're gonna. Actually, you can't do anything. You're the haste just dropped. I totally forgot about that.
Oh, right, right.
So they're definitely going to move back then. 5. Trusting Valorant to engage you. They're going to shoot at Dell. They have advantage. They want to. So 2 hits. Now they're rolling. For a total of 18 points of damage with favorite foe. 23 points of damage in total. As they launch some arrows out. Balaran, at the end of Vala's turn, is going to use a legendary action to seeing that Rudy is not doing anything at the moment. Yeah, seeing as Rudy isn't doing anything at the moment, they're going to move over towards Bay. They just move. That's
that would be 10 feet within my reach, or would it not be?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Hmm?
Oh yeah, pull arm master. You can. Yeah, you can make a opportunity. I totally forgot that you had pull arm master. You can be doing a bonus action attack on your turns.
I can?
Yeah,
from Polearm Master.
You can use the other end of your pike.
Okay, word.
That's why I forgot that you didn't have Polar Master.
Let me
That is going to hit.
leave my
What
fucking
that?
friends alone. Still get all my goodies with opportunities of attack, attacks of opportunity.
Sorry, what was that?
Still
Yeah,
get,
you can Divine Smite, and you do get Radiant Soul, I'm pretty sure. Because it's the first attack each turn. That's how most of those
Right,
things
but
work.
he already used it, and his turn hasn't come back around.
But if
So,
Radiant Soul reads
I'll
the
say
first time,
if you can use it now and get it, or you can use it at the start of your turn next turn and get it. Those are your options, basically.
what's the state of this guy again? He's like
He's
near
limping
the
along.
undeath. Okay. Well, then I'll just have my added damage, and I'll. Okay, fuck it, Radiant Soul. Still get my D8 from just.
Let me double check.
No, it can't be used on Radiant Soul can't be used not on your turn. It specifies specifically on each of your turns.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay.
An interesting wording.
I still get an improved Divine Smite, the extra D8, right?
Yes, you do get that. Yeah, because I think it's unlike sneak attack, which I think you can do on attacks of opportunity. If I remember, I might be wrong.
That's 6.
You stab out, and he like collapses in his wound. Like first falling to his knees, and then like head bowed slightly, not forward. Still in his hand, but like on the ground.
Ooh, wow. Adoren's just gonna be like, oh, that was a bit dramatic.
You see
Okay.
as he falls, his form is there for a moment, but then starts to just dematerialize from the head, working its way down, just like fragments of it disappearing like ash or dust, which is blown away in the wind. Through whatever mind control power that is under this effect, you all see Vala just start weeping soundlessly. And it's then going to be Felipe's turn.
How rough does the mage next to me look?
He is bloodied, although he's got some HP left. He did heal a lot from the heal spell.
Okay.
And Adoren didn't do quite as much because of the resistance to radiant damage.
Gotcha. Oh man, that is a tough one. Okay, I am going to. He hasn't done it yet, so I think he still has a reaction. I'm going to leave it for Adoren. I'm just going to roll up from prone and move right here, staying within 5 feet of him. And I'm going to use a bonus action to enter the Blade Song again because I had to dip out of it for because I went down. So I will do that.
Right.
And then I'm going to attack twice with my spear.
Okay.
Just going to stab him.
Felipe standing up now.
Nope.
The first one, he just like dodges out of the way, desperately trying to avoid your attacks. As he sees the several, you guys are going down, but he's also losing folks now. Can't really replace. The second one, equally, he like dodges out of the way, trying his best desperately to avoid you.
And I will stand my ground.
Okay. At the end of your turn, Vala is going to use a legendary action to scream and shoot at Adoren. And I'm going to give her advantage. Only on this. But it's not enough to break through your shield, which you catch the arrow. But the tears just keep coming. And even though like the purple of the eyes fades slightly, it doesn't disappear completely. And it is then going to be Adoran's turn.
Doran's just gonna be so sad seeing this because he realized he really made a false comment in terms of what he just said.
He insulted that which he cares about the most.
No, this is Adoran's arc.
So he's just gonna grip his pike and just fucking go at this freaking dark wizard priest, wherever the fuck they are. They are an evil person that deserves nothing good in their life.
What?
Yeah.
Well,
That one's gonna hit.
Mhm. And I said that I'm going to use Radiant Soul on this one.
Yeah. 12. Well. 15. If you smite this, the smite will also be doubled. You crit.
Yeah.
I
And your
will-
improved divine thing is 2d8 instead of 1d8.
Okay.
Yeah, that's also correct. Even with resistance. Well, you're real terrible. I was gonna say even with resistance, he's probably gonna die, but maybe not.
And then for Divine Smite, I wanted to go to. I'm gonna use another one of my 3rd level spell slots.
Yeah, no. It is,
Just 8d8.
Oh, that's 8d8. That's right. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Why paladins are so gross, because you just have this moment of like, well,
You have to
I
roll
blew something
really badly for him to survive this, even with resistance.
I want you to die.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
How do you kill him?
yes.
Adoran's just because I believe he's still in his radiant soul, so he's just like glowing, and it's just like instead of the pinky hue that he usually glows when he gets in this mode, it's just starts becoming like Valentine's Day dark red, and he just looks at this dude and I'm just like, you have forsaken what is so precious in this world, and just starts going at him, just swinging his pike and everything. And
No!
gutting.
No! You see, as you hit him with the last, the divine smite, he seems to almost burst apart. This darkness that has been repelling your attacks is blown away as he dies before you. At the end of your turn, Vala's going to make another shot at you. Unfortunately, killing him does not release these people. That's going to, again, plink off your armor, but she's already teeing up another shot. Rudy is still... wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because it was exactly after Rudy's
Okay,
last
yeah.
turn that he went down.
Rudy is still trying to move forward. Anya, I need you to make a death saving throw.
Sure. Again, my sheet doesn't do that thing where I get to have a fancy skull.
I don't know why. I can't really see it.
Your sheet just refuses to acknowledge
Doesn't
that
like
you
you.
could
It just
ever
doesn't
need
wanna
to make
work.
that saving throw. It's like, no,
But
like
One success.
Anya admittedly is immune to death. So like
True. Dell, it is then your turn.
she's
Alright.
getting lectured by poor doll somewhere deep in her head.
all right, let's see how this 3d6 pops off.
From ensnaring strike, Andrew, you have to roll.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I mean, I'm willing to pretend it
Totally
didn't,
forgot
didn't
about that.
happen. Like, that's
Let's
fine
not
with
do
me.
that.
We can just.
13.
Oh yeah, Della's down.
Oh, okay.
No.
Valorant's out. Dalla is like just gonna shoot at her twice. Gonna keep doing it until one of you dies. Both of those hit.
Hmm.
So you're gonna take 25 points of piercing damage.
Gotcha.
He fell. Dell called out. You know, we never mentioned the third option that we all die down here.
Felipe, it is
That's
then
the
your
best
turn.
times now.
Oh, it's back.
Rudy's got 140 health left or some nonsense. It's just fine.
all up
it's
to
back
Felipe.
me already.
Oh yeah. You're
Alright, well,
running out of combatants.
I can't get to either of you on this turn, and I'm going to move my little gnome feet 25 feet as far as I can, right here, and I am going to cast a second level magic missile at Vala, just to try to get her off the field.
Oh, sorry. Roll what is it? 5d4. So roll another 44. I don't like the way that the just multiply it roll. I think that's
Yeah.
Gotcha.
okay. So 16 total.
Okay, yeah.
They are looking
16 plus 4, right?
plus
for the
4s, yeah, 20.
third
Okay.
dot.
They slowly pull another arrow to shoot it at Adoren again, and will do so using their legendary. Sorry, Felipe, do you have anything else?
No, I can't. That's it. That's all I got.
They're use probably their last legendary action, considering what their HP is at, to shoot Adoren again. Hitting for 9 points of piercing damage. It is then your turn.
Okay. Well, I am not doing so hot right now. Like, looking at a good 25%.
You do have lay on hands, I believe. I don't think you've used it at all.
I'm
Healing
not. So I
potion,
was,
yeah.
but that's exactly what I was going to do. So, for my action, I'm going to use lay on hands, and I believe that is number of hit points equal to your paladin level times 5. So.
Yeah. You don't have to use all of them. You can split it up if you like.
Use it? I'm not entirely sure.
So you just have 60 points to use. So if you're using it on yourself, you could just heal however many out of 60 that you want.
Okay. I am going to use like 30. I'm gonna use 30. That gets me up to decent amount, and also I do not trust this lady enough to not end me so quickly. So
Yeah, it's only, you only killed her dearest love.
At the end of, sorry, you still have movement.
yeah. I do want to go like right like 10 feet away from her. Or 10, yeah. No, I don't. I do not want to do that. I just remember what I was doing. And for my bonus action, right, this lady, like, leave me alone.
Or you just say that.
Yeah, actually, no, I'm just like, I'm sorry.
Yes, you are, as they shoot you.
No. Oh no.
Wow.
Oh no!
That's the power of love.
Oh, that's great. You're gonna take 19 points of piercing damage as the arrow just catches you in the shoulder. As they go to grab another one from the quiver. Rudy, you are back. The haste is gone, however. You can see the battlefield mostly clear, other than Vala. You do see Dell and Anya down on the ground behind you.
Yeah, is the blue square still difficult terrain?
It is, yes. I think.
Okay.
Let me double check, because that might go away if they...
No,
It just
it you have to clear it by hand.
Oh my god, I cannot quite make it to
You're 5 away.
yeah, that is annoying. Okay.
You got a hand axe. You could toss it or some javelin.
Well, you know what?
You're also no longer raging.
Oh, am I not? Okay.
Oh no, you're still.
Yeah, because you win a whole.
Yes, because you didn't attack and you weren't attacked.
Okay, so actually, I have this. I have this.
No. Oh no, you do. You get that 11. You're still. Let me read this.
Okay, so if I do have to re-go into the rage,
yes,
I have this tasty level feature where as part of that I also get to take another like half of my movement.
Yes, you do.
So I'd be 5 away, I could get right up on her.
There you go. That actually works in your favor.
Yeah. And I think I'd only get to take 2 attacks, but we'll make them reckless attacks anyway.
Okay. Those both hit actually, even with multi-attack defense. This attack. You knock them out. You kill them.
Rudy doesn't say any tight shit. They just sort of sigh.
In a very similar fashion, they're kind of knocked to the side by the blow, lying on the ground, and they also start to dissipate down, to flittering away, like just joining the ash of the volcano and heading towards the sky. Combat is over. Anya, well, no. I think there's no way that you guys will not get healed next round.
I was going to run straight to Dell with a healing potion on
I
my
was
turn.
also going to run straight to Anya.
The Adoren.
I think if
no, I do need Anya. If you are healing Dell, Anya will have to make 2 death saves because neither Adoren nor Rudy can get there before that happens. That's 1 fail.
Yeah, and I will run over and I will dump a potion of superior healing down Dell's throat.
Okay. Dell, you come back up with
favor
32.
for favor.
I'm just going to say for flavor, both Adoren and Rudy rush over to Anya. Although, again, neither of them are able to actually do the potion. Oh, wow.
It's amazing how every time that this happens, I full die.
You are...
So, wait a second.
Yes.
Felipe was after my turn, so he healed Dell after his turn.
Yeah,
I'm getting like a lecture from Cordal, like from this. It's really embarrassing, and then full dead.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Anya's breathing suddenly stops in this moment. As Dell, you get up just to see Adoren and Rudy fail to reach them in time.
Dell looks up, like he gets up, he's got his hand already ready to capture healing word, and he's going to. She is going to be quite irritated this time. He looks over at Felipe. Oh, but thank you, and he's going to get up and go look over Anya. He can't do anything about it right now, but he's not too worried. I feel like he's probably seen this before.
So
he doesn't die very often. She assumes that if she dies, she will get revived by the Temple of Cordal, but it has never happened.
Oh, okay. Well, you made it sound like she just dies, ever so often.
No, I
as
was
a,
messaging you and making
Um,
you feel better about not healing
Does
me.
anybody remember? We haven't been marking down. How many times did Adoren? How many times did you cast a 3rd level spell? You do have Revivify, but I can't remember if you used 3 slots or not.
I used 2, only 2.
Okay, so Adoren. Okay, Adoren gets there too late to save them, but then will use up the diamonds that you brought with you to cast Revivify on Anya. You do full die for just a moment. The 6 seconds where you pass, everything seems to disappear, and you see before you a giant smith, almost faceless in this moment. They tower above you. You're just like looking up at miles of steel of this anvil as the boom seems to ring out. He says, "Not yet. You come back to life." Looking Adoren's eyes and looking into Adoren's eyes in this.
Anya was going to go and hug Cordal, but instead hugs Adoren. It's like the same hug motion.
I told you we needed diamonds.
Him cry because Adoren already
right.
did something that he usually never would do, which is doubt love, and the fact that he saw all that happen, and then you died right in front of him. He's just like crying on top of you. It's just like, what the fuck?
Anya's glaring at Dell over Adoren's shoulders. Like,
I hate this volcano, guys.
All right.
did you rescue the hostages?
Yeah,
like,
we have to go get them out.
We should
They're
go
alive.
do that.
Come on,
Let's get
go.
them out of here, please.
Yeah. I'll
We
run
were-
over immediately.
Okay.
Waiting with bated breath on your fate, Anya. We could.
Anya is ignoring Dell.
Since we are quite a bit over, I think at this point I will go into wrap up narration.
BRB, my dog is losing his mind.
That's okay. The after the Death Priest had perished, the flaming portal starts to slowly collapse in on itself. Glancing into it, as you do so, as you're no longer as occupied with the fight, it just seems to lead into flame and a great giant draconic eye, which is closed. As the portal fades out, it does open just slightly before closing again. As the portal, you go over, untie and ungag all of the captured clerics or priests, who
Except for Balir, who we stare at.
Except for Balir, who you throw into the lava pit. Who they all thank you profusely. Sure that they were going to die in the next hour or two after the as the Death Priest was near to completing this ritual. You all spend a moment. You leave this area, pausing maybe for a moment to remember Balaran and Vala. You leave this area just to be out of the most hot part of this volcano up above, before pausing to heal, use some potions, cast some spells to try to bolster yourself back up to some HP for making the trek back up to the shrine. There, the priests host you for the night, as none of you really want to leave immediately after having done this engagement, this incredible battle. They use what spells that they have still prepared to heal you. It's not a lot, but they try to do what they can. They prepare you food, and in the morning they send to the temple in Torlis to let them know that they have been rescued and that this plot has been thwarted. You maybe stay there for another day or so, just completely healing up. Can you all your spells back? Yes.
Anya will not stay. Anya has like had a podal vision and needs to be in a place that has different tools than they have here.
Okay.
So she will be like, I had a vision. I have to go do a thing. It's fine.
Anya. Maybe you all leave. Maybe just some of you set off with Anya. That'd be your decision. But those of you who stay and those of you who leave, eventually you end up back in Torlis, going to the Ashway Mithril Musical Tavern to reap your rewards, which is mainly in the form of several fat sacks of platinum coins, which are placed on the table and given to you. Probably no one will know the extent of what you just did to save multiple cities, but the Ashen League does thank you. And the Temple of Mira says that if you are ever in the city and in any need that they could possibly render, they will happily grant it to you. And you all, you would level here. This is the last session of this, so... But if it matters, you all do level from this experience. Perhaps in the future, maybe we'll work again to prevent other calamities. That's where we're going to end this session. Thanks everyone for playing. I had a lot of fun. That was a really good fight. Really tense, a lot of back and forth there. But since we are so over, I'm going to just say thanks for watching again, and we hope to see you next Saturday for the next mini campaign that we're going to be doing. Bye-bye.